Mind and body are two sides of the same coin. You've got to take care of both, and doing so will make you maximally effective in your life. So I must report that I found a wonderful product that helps me take care of my body, fitting in between my traditional one meal a day dietary approach and my daily cardio and weightlifting. Athletic Greens. Going into my routine and on throughout, I had more energy and felt more upbeat. This is probably because Athletic Greens is made up of 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens. These various items are just really, really good for the human body, and it's just about for everyone. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutrition insurance. Friends, it's time to get your financial house in order with the building block of a bank account and debit card. Let Chime be your shepherd. Chime, found at chime.com/sacred, is an award-winning banking app and debit card, and its specialty is that it lacks some of the most basic banking fees known to man. No overdraft fees, no foreign transaction fees, no monthly fees, no service fees. You can get deeper and more sophisticated banking services elsewhere, yes, but for most of you, that's not necessary. Make your first good decision of the new year and join more than 10 million people using Chime. Sign up only takes 2 minutes, and it doesn't affect your credit score. Get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/sacred. Again, to use Chime's suite of banking services, head to chime.com/sacred. Banking services provided by and debit card issued by the Bancorp Bank or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. Get fee-free transactions at any MoneyPass ATM in a 7-Eleven location and at any Allpoint or Visa Plus Alliance ATM. Otherwise, out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply. Sometimes Pay Anyone instant transfers can be delayed. The recipient must use a valid debit card or be a Chime member to claim funds. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 194. Whoa. I almost lost it there for a minute, but I kept going. 194. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by Chris Raygun. Chris, you're looking good in what I would describe as what is that, like a magenta kind of shirt you got there?
I'm not sure. Dark I put it on and I thought it was red.
Red. I like it, but crimson. I don't know how to describe that color. I'm not really much for the color theory, but you look very handsome today. How are you?
I appreciate that. I'm doing all right. I woke up kind of recently. Like we're starting like a little bit later, and like Colin was like, "Hey, I'm gonna need to 1:15." I was like, "Oh, thank God," because I was up so late for no reason. Like I just couldn't. Like I was just like lying in bed. Like wow, I would love to go to sleep like right now, and then that thought persisted for about 3 hours, like into like 3 a.m. And I was like, "All right, well."
Have you ever tried to
suck?
You ever tried to count sheep? That old, I don't know what you would call it. Some wives' tale of counting sheep. It's not really a wives' tale, but
yeah. I've tried to do that. Like I tried to do that when I was like a kid, but then like I would always distract myself with the like I would get bored of the sheep, so I would make new and more disgusting sheep.
Right.
And then that would entertain me, and then I'm not sleeping anymore. Now I'm just like thinking of all these weird like chimera sheep. And it just ruined it. That whole thing doesn't work, I don't think.
It reminds me just a little bit of I'm playing Elden Ring. We'll talk about that a little later. But very early in the game, but you fight some wolves, and then there are these dog-like creatures that you fight, and I thought that they were wolves, but they were actually these horrifying.
Yeah.
They look like, I don't know what.
Like terriers.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they look like. And I was like, "Oh my God, oh fuck!"
It makes you think of terriers like way differently.
Definitely. Oh my, yeah. And we'll talk about that in a little while, of course. But welcome, Chris, as always, and Dustin Furman, executive producer of Last Stand Media. Welcome. How are you today, my friend?
I'm much better. I mentioned last week. I remember I said a little tickle in the back of my throat that I was getting sick. I was indeed pretty sick over the weekend and the pursuing days, but I've recovered. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I had COVID too. Maybe not. I don't know what's going on, but
COVID
today,
20.
COVID 20, actually, yeah. At this point, though, today was the day I woke up and I was like, ooh, I feel rejuvenated. And I was like, man, I'm excited to do this show today. Which, like last week, it wasn't that I wasn't excited. I just had that little lingering thing hanging over me, like, oh,
Yeah, you thought you were
I
gonna
don't want to be
die.
sick. Yeah,
Right.
who knows? So I'm just like ready to go today.
I haven't been excited since like 1989, so
Mm.
you don't have to explain your level of excitement or not for the show. It's totally fine. This is, of course, Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We do this each and every week. I don't think we've gotten this quickly into what this show actually is in a long time. This is almost this disturbing to me.
Oh,
Yeah,
How many minutes are we in it? I don't know what's going on here, but
3 minutes.
this is Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Each and every week, 3 days early, ad-free, Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We really appreciate your support over there. Of course, we have the biggest games-related Patreon in the history of the service. All thanks to you over there. So join us. That gives you the early ad-free access not only to that show, but to Defining Duke, our Xbox podcast by Mr. Matty Plays and Lord Cognito, and Knockback, the Brothers Moriarty's exploration of all things old. And sometimes not as old as people would like. You know, sometimes people complain, like, this isn't really retro. And it's like, well, it's my show. I'm going to do whatever I want. But we appreciate your
Hell yeah.
support over there. And you can also submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. We'll sprinkle those throughout the show, as we always do. And much more. Sacred Symbols Plus, of course, is a big pull as well over on Patreon. Twice a week that goes live for patrons in audio and video format. It's interviews, it's deep dives on games, it's mailbags, it's a lot of different things. We just reviewed the Uncharted movie on there, which was fun. I had Vincent Giannito on to talk about the fighting scene right now. I had Troy Levitt, ex-Avalanche software dev from the drama that surrounded him, I guess, last year, and Hogwarts Legacy, of course. I just did an episode with an expert from the Arab States Initiative or some think tank in Washington, D.C., all about Saudi Arabia. People thought that episode was interesting because they thought that the guy came off a little bit pro Saudi Arabia and that I was pushing back a lot on that. And so people enjoyed that particular play-by-play, I guess it was. He was a nice guy. Elden Ring, Horizon, both getting spoiler casts and review discussions, robust ones. In fact, the Elden Ring one is already recorded. I don't know when we're going to put that live. I'll put it live at my convenience. And we'll do mailbags as well. Chris, your mailbag's coming up soon, so we're going to enjoy that as well. And of course, come see us, Sacred Symbols 200 live in Richmond, Virginia at the National, Saturday, April 30th. Snark Tank opens for us, and we're going to do the top 25 PS4 games, reveal them in order. I'm voting for a quarter of the list. Chris and Dustin each have a quarter of the list, and the audience, you will have a quarter of the list. And actually, we're going to let you vote soon. We're working on that behind the scenes. We're going to submit our lists by this weekend, I believe. So It's going to be interesting to go through all of that. And as everyone knows, we're not going to know each other's lists, and we're not going to know the cumulative list. We're all going to see it together at the same time. It's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm really looking forward to that. Come hang out with us in Richmond. Sacred Symbols 200 live. That's tinyurl.com/sacred200 for tickets on sale now. Come meet hundreds of your friends.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. Guys, a couple corrections before we get into the chicanery. Bobby wrote in and said, hey, boys, minor correction from last week. Disgaea 6 did indeed come to PlayStation 4 alongside Switch prior to the upcoming complete version, but only in Japan. NIS, much like Square Enix, just seems to be playing the field with exclusives and timed exclusivity. Their NIS Classics line of releases is also conspicuously absent on PlayStation platforms. All the best and keep up the excellent work. Thank you, Bobby. You're absolutely right. We were talking about the strategy role-playing game Disgaea 6 finally coming to Western PlayStation 4s after being released on Switch first, and that was peculiar because Disgaea's legacy going all the way back to PlayStation 2 has always been on PlayStation. However, Bobby corrects us and says that in Japan, they wouldn't know the difference. Cody Gardner wrote in and said, hey, CDC, this is for Colin. Just wanted to let you know that the ability to censor content out of shows and movies you want to watch already exists. It's called VIdAngel. And while I must admit I haven't tried it yet, I've heard it works great. Keep up all the awesome work, guys. Yeah, I had some people write in about this. I like this, but this isn't quite, maybe I didn't put quite a fine point on it, but it's not quite what I'm talking about.
Right.
What I'm really talking about is what if you made from the ground up a production, a series, a game that from the very go is made for everyone. And then there are careful edits made to that to, actually, let's work in reverse. Let's say like the NC-17 version is then edited down, so on and so forth. I don't know, just kind of like an academic exercise I was playing with, but I do appreciate
Yeah,
you guys
yeah.
writing in, and I think it's a cool idea.
Like a dynamic show.
Right.
Like if there's a plot point that happens in like an NC-17 scene and that scene gets cut, that scene is then swapped out with like a scene that isn't NC-17 but still, or like maybe there's an alternate version of a previous scene that has that plot point in it because it's the not NC-17 version. Is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah, like exactly. Like there's a death scene. So there could be like a really vivid version of that death scene and a more use your imagination version of the death scene or whatever. Just I don't know, it's just almost like a choose your own adventure, but something that thereby everyone, because we were talking about Game of Thrones, I think is what we were talking. I don't know what we were talking about, but in violence and sex, and I was just saying you could kind of try to please everyone without making any edits to the core story, because you could just say like this is the pure version of it, and then if you want kind of be part of the zeitgeist, or you're a child, or you're a parent of concern, or you're a prude or whatever. I'm kind of prude. Then here's the version for you, but nothing's really different. I would use an example or two from Game of Thrones as I'm watching it, but I don't want to spoil it.
I want to propose a new service. This VIdAngel, I'm looking at it. You can put check marks for sex or even immodesty, which I'm like, is Tom Holland in Uncharted out for that shirtless scene or two?
Right.
But why not? We should create VidDevil that exclusively filters only the graphic shots. Sexual content that's just all together for those out there that are looking for that. I think honestly that might even be more successful than VidAngel.
Yeah, Vid Baphomet.
That would be a wonderful idea, because again with Game of Thrones, there's a scene, it's not a spoiler at all, where you see Hodor naked and he is hung like a goddamn horse. And what if you just zoomed in on that with this new service?
Yeah.
And stayed on it. And it was a slow motion dong wave. Hodor.
Whoa.
And his big meat.
That's gross. I'm telling you, this idea has potential. Someone make a mock-up for me. Let's make it happen. Well,
yeah, make it might
be not too extreme.
yeah, maybe calm down.
Get some investors. All right. Oh, I liked this one. Daniel Callahan wrote in and said, "What's up, CDC? This is for Colin. As a listener of many years, I finally decided to play Wild Arms, an all-time favorite of yours. As I was looking for guides on GameFAQs, I stumbled upon an old one written by none other than C. Moriarty. Since that was my pen name, by the way. Since it was not that that's really a pen name, but that's what I went by. Since it was since it was you that first brought the game to my attention, I figured, what the heck? It only makes sense I use your guide. For a while, it was very useful. However, I eventually came to what I thought was the end of the game, but it actually wasn't. In fact, it wasn't even close. That's just where your walkthrough ended. Then the next section of the guide, entitled Ending, contained a little blurb saying the ending is coming soon and check back for updates. Obviously, this was nearly 20 years ago. And he never went back and finished the guide. Colin, what the fuck? Finish that shit. Appreciate all the content. Thank you, boys, for doing what you do. I love that these things are still out there for people. There are a couple of guides that I never finished that from my GameFAQs days. That's one of them. Someone else finished my Onimusha guide that I've started. And there was a Tales of Destiny guide that I think that I abandoned as well. But you could tell what guides I abandoned because that was around the time that IGN hired me as a guide writer, and I had no time to do both of these things anymore. Because remember, I was writing all those GameFAQs things for free, like because I have no life and nothing to do. So, but what's fun? First of all, I think I told you guys the story, not to be redundant, but just the unbelievable serendipity of moving into a dorm my junior year at Northeastern, and I met what ended up being a good friend of mine, Doug, who when I moved in was playing Zelda 2 using my walkthrough. Whoa. Which was like a very meta weird thing. He's like, that's unbelievable. We couldn't believe it. And I was trying to, Micah just doesn't care about almost anything I say, like I don't blame her, So I was trying to tell her, I'm like, Zelda 1, 2, and Link to the Past, Zelda 3, I still have one of the great walkthroughs, considered some of the great walkthroughs for those games still to this day that I wrote when I was in high school. If you go on GameFAQs, like, they're the ones with the stars and like the ones that are recommended and stuff. And she just couldn't care less. So nonetheless, I mean, God damn it. But nonetheless,
that's a really interesting story. That's a really interesting like happenstance though. That's like the odds of that are I would imagine pretty like remarkably slim.
Yeah. Astronomical, I would say. Yeah. It was very weird indeed. That was a fun time though. If I didn't write those guides, and I'm so glad. They're old. Those guides are old. I wrote most of those in high school. I know it's just text, and so it doesn't have the same thing as like dusting off a archaeological ruin or something. But there's something about that. I don't know if you guys feel the same, but I love seeing stuff from Usenet and things that are dated like 1987, 1991. It's unbelievable. This is pre-World Wide Web stuff. Yeah. And even though they're copies, there's something about that that's really cool. And I have some of those documents out there now, and I think that's really cool. In hundreds of years, the internet will still exist. And back in the day, there will be the beginning of the internet, and we're still kind of in it when you really come down and think about it, which is fascinating. World Wide Web is early 90s. Internet government, the American government invented the internet in the 70s, but it's unbelievable. So I love that stuff still percolates, and long after I'm gone, there'll be all these different things we all did. But I love that some of those things are these text documents for video games I wrote when I was like 15, and that people still use them. It's awesome. It's
It is crazy.
All right. Let's see. Thank you, Daniel, for writing in. JBooger327 wrote in. I have to give him this one. He says, "Yo, Slitterheads. Colin, I can vouch for you on this Keebler cookie debacle. I was listening to last week's episode while twisting and retightening my dreadlocks when you made the point that EL fudge cookies weren't the same. I looked at my girlfriend who had this astonished look on her face. I told her the same thing late last year, that these cookies didn't taste the same. Thanks for not making me look like the complete cookie monster I am. I can live without my EL fudges. But if them fucking elves touch my fudge stripes or my deluxe grams, I'm going to take my taste buds to the Pepperidge Farm on my stone nights when the munchies kick in. Anyway, let me know how we are taking the elves on. We're taking the elves on by not giving them any money. I love that I was able to vindicate you. And I absolutely agree with you. The fudge stripe cookies, the Keebler fudge stripe cookies, are our last bastion, the last stand of that taste. I totally agree. I totally 100% feel you in my heart, because the EL fudge and the fudge stripe cookies basically taste the same. And if they change those, I don't know what I'll do.
You know my recommendation right now, guys? Stock up. Get a bunch of them. Freeze them. You know, like, because they're on their way, man. They're on their way.
They're so good frozen too.
Oh yeah,
that's a great idea just generally, because they're so good in the freezer.
Dude, I think most chocolate things are better frozen, like Reese's and shit. Like if you put that in the freezer, you just get like the no mess on your hand. Not that you can just
right, and
then it's fine.
The crack is you're exactly right with that crack, that very specific chocolate crisp.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah.
Now, Jay Booger says something about if the fucking elves touch my fudge strips or whatever. Like maybe the elves are fucking around with these cookies.
Right.
My question, Colin, for you, is this a job for the Gamer Battalion?
Yeah. So we could get.
Do we need to send them in?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I want to see. I say stand down for now, because I want to see if they're going to go and I've been looking there. Not many people are talking about this yet, but they're starting to.
But they will.
And so I want to, and people have been writing in with some anecdotes, some feel good stories about this thing changed. They complained, they got it back. This thing changed. It seems like I just don't know who Keebler thinks they're dealing with. They think they're going to just change the EL fudge cookie and no one's going to say anything. I mean, that's unbelievable. Now you can do it, and maybe some people don't care and you continue to do it, and that's just the way it's going to be from now on. But did they really think they were going to get away with it?
Those Keebler motherfuckers. You need to get a no-fly zone over the Keebler factory.
Yeah, that's right.
For right
Keebler's
now.
not nuclear armed, so there's no danger in us having a no-fly zone over there.
Right.
Yeah.
Over the Keebler Elves trees, the forest. Can you imagine how polluted that forest is with all the industry that must be required to?
Oh yeah. No, that forest is it's like a Shrek swamp. It's a mess.
All right. Rakaz wrote in and said, "Hey, Colin, Chris, and Dustin, quick question. What weird snack or food combinations have you eaten before? When I was a small lad, instead of chips and dip, I would pour a bowl of ranch and dip croutons in it until I was full. My parents thought I was weird, but let me do it anyway." That sounds, I hate ranch so much that sounds awful to me.
Me too.
But I wanted to bring this up before I kick it over to you guys, because there is something specific I want to recommend. And I don't know if I've recommended it in the past. Mike has been baking a lot. And so she makes, and as I said, I make everything into a sandwich. So she's been making these rolls, and I love everything seasoning. So she's putting everything seasoning on the roll. So they make like a little nice everything kind of situation. And I was hungry yesterday. We ate dinner. We ate chicken thighs that I made sandwiches out of. And later on, I was like, I'm hungry. So I went and just cut open one of the new fresh rolls she made, and I put peanut butter and jelly on it. And it was so good. And you know what it reminded me of? Peanut butter and jelly and everything seasoning, or onion bagel, garlic bagel. That stuff is so good. I'm telling you guys, there's something about the sweetness, the peanut butter, and the way it goes with like the onion or the garlic, a little bit of that salt. I really highly recommend that.
Look, that is repulsive to hear.
Yeah.
But I believe you, because when I was in LA, like there were a couple people that I was meeting up with. And, like we went to Buffalo Wild Wings because it was like the only thing that was like reliably open, like super late. So we would go there, and then I really loved the cheese curds that they had over there. Like I was like, obsessed with those things. Like I don't know what it's like, crack mozzarella sticks. And the waitress was like, "Have you had these with caramel?" And I was like, "That's sounds awful. No." And she was like, "We'll get you some caramel. You should try it." She was like really insistent. I was like, "All right." So we got caramel with these cheese curds, and it was the best thing I've ever had at anywhere, at a restaurant, anywhere. It was so good, and I was like, "This is so unbelievable that this is as good as it is," because it sounds like it really shouldn't work. But I guess it's like chicken and waffles type deal, where it's like these things just sort of like come together in like a really weird way. Like it's like, oh yeah, you put syrup on your chicken. Why not? I guess.
Right.
It works super well.
It reminds me of, the Chicago style pizza is often eaten, the crust is often eaten with honey. And that also is really good. And I don't even like honey. And I like doing that shit. Because I'm like, damn, it's so good. Because a little bit of the tomato sauce, you got a little sweetness from the tomato sauce, a little salt. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Dustin, are you deep in thought?
Well, I'm not a big fan of the everything bagel. So the thought of the sweetness, it just...
What don't you like about it? What don't you like about it?
I don't know, honestly. I feel like what's happened is that I've had other bagels, like a cinnamon crunch bagel, something like that.
Yeah.
And then there's like some of that everything seasoning gets on it.
Right.
And so I've always sworn off. I've actually, now that I think about it, maybe I'm not being fair because I don't know if I've ever had an everything bagel straight up. But I've always thought about the taste transferring to something else I'm eating, and that killed it for me.
You've just been caught in the splash damage of everything bagels for your entire life. That's now, that's interesting.
As far as weird food combinations, I'm not big on this, but I think I have an offensive food combination. I love Mexican food. I love authentic Mexican food. We have a really great place here in Butler. Many of the people that came to an evening with Last Stand went to Reyes Teca, can vouch that it's very good. I also like white people taco night here at the Furman House, where you just, you get the seasoning packet and the pre-made shells or whatever.
Sure.
I love that shit. I like them both. I also love Taco Bell as well. But the thing that I like to do...
Jeez.
Well, I mean, when it comes to this, it's meat and cheese and like chips. Like, how can you go wrong?
It's good stuff.
But the thing is, when I make the tacos, I like to put a little barbecue sauce on top of the tacos. And I feel like that's offensive to the Mexican heritage of the taco, but it's already been bastardized anyway. So why not just take it a little further?
Yeah, the hard shell taco is already kind of a bastardization of what tacos are. Like, because tacos are typically like I remember that first time I had a real like proper Mexican taco in LA. I was like, oh, this is not at all what I thought a taco was.
Right.
Like even slightly. It looks like a tiny, like a really small burrito that like nobody bothered to finish. It's like a very strange situation, like a proper Mexican taco. So why not?
I love Mexican food too. It's a wonderful combination of things. Your tortillas, both flour and corn. Now I prefer flour tortillas, but a corn tortilla has a place.
It does.
It has a place. You got the cheeses, you got the various meats, chicken, beef, pork. I mean, you can't beans, black beans, refried beans, and then you got sauces, peppers, onions, garlic. You can't. How can you fuck that up? You can't fuck that up. And one of the times I went to Mexico, I'll never forget. I went to this just taqueria, just random hole in the wall place. They were practically paying me to eat there. That's how cheap it was. And I just kept going up and just I would be morbidly obese if I lived amongst this kind of food. And being in California, as Chris knows especially, is just it's amazing for that kind of food.
Oh,
and when you learn, I love the burrito. That's my favorite Mexican adjacent food. When you learn that's an American invention. Technically, I mean, it was made in the fields and in California, people putting meat and cheese in a tortilla and just wrapping it up and eating it or whatever. That's kind of where it comes from. You realize that it's okay to bastardize a little bit and make that American. Yeah, put French fries in that shit. There's nothing better than rice, French fries, beef, pico de gallo, a ton of cheese just wrapped up in a burrito so huge it's bulging. You can't take the foil off or it's gonna fall apart. You gotta just eat it one thing at a time, peel it back. Oh my god.
This is a terrible conversation.
That's something I miss about California.
This is a terrible conversation to have at the beginning of a show because I'm just thinking about food now.
I know. I mean,
Here we go.
Sorry.
I'm so hungry. Like I ate too, but like now I'm hungry again.
I'm sorry.
Damn it.
Thank you for writing in, Rakaz. Have you ever considered expanding your mind? No, I don't mean with drugs. I mean perhaps by learning a new language. If that sounds interesting to you, then I have a product for you. Babbel, the award-winning language app that sold a staggering 10 million subscriptions for one very specific reason. It really works. Babbel offers users 14 different language options, ranging from French to German to Russian and beyond. And unlike so many of its competitors, its lesson plans aren't written by mindless AI, but rather by more than 100 language experts specializing in all of its offerings. When I used Babbel, I found its accessibility most alluring. It doesn't feel like the old, ineffective way of learning a language, using a textbook and studying for the next test. Instead, it tries to inject learning a new language, certainly no easy feat, into your daily life. Its 15-minute, bite-sized lessons let you marinate over what you just learned, and it doesn't simply bombard you with lessons and tests. Instead, it explores language learning with podcasts, videos, games, and even live classes. And when you're ready to begin speaking back, Babbel even has speech recognition tech that lets you test your accent and pronunciation. It's awesome. There's a lot to like here, so perhaps it's time to give Babbel a try for yourself. See what the hubbub is all about. Yes, I think that's a good idea. Right now, when you purchase a 3-month Babbel subscription, you'll get an additional 3 months for free. That's 6 months for the price of 3. Just go to Babbel.com, that's Babbel.com, and use the checkout code SACRED, SACRED. Again, that's Babbel.com with the checkout code SACRED. Babbel, language for life. All right, let's talk about games. Quite a few, actually, small news items to get through.
Yeah.
First one I wanted to bring up is that Gamescom is set. Gamescom 22, which takes place in Cologne, Germany, and it was typically considered for a long time the E3 of Europe, is taking place, it seems, I'm trying to think, it seems a little later than it usually does. I went to Gamescom twice, but not in a long time. August 24th to 28th, on site and online. So, of course, this takes place in a massive building in Cologne called the Colin Messe. It is the largest building I have ever been in and seen in my entire life. It is impossibly big. And inside that building, they shove hundreds of thousands of sweaty European gamers. And it is E3 on steroids. It is nuts. And it's unfathomable how crazy Gamescom is. So it's kind of a nice sign that it's coming back. I wonder if it will be quite the same. And I don't know, the Gamatsu the website says, quote, a hygiene and safety concept tested and proven by Colin Messe many times will also be deployed at the on-site event, which will be in line with currently valid regulations to ensure safety and a high quality of stay. So I don't know what their plan is, but that'll be fun and interesting. And with the lack of E3, and I know you're both critical of kind of the disappearance of E3 as a show and the idea of convention season and all of this. Well, Chris, let's go to you first. I was curious what you think of this, because with Gamescom comes the possibility of press conferences, and all three, or not, I don't want to say Nintendo because they haven't, but Microsoft and Sony have done full press conferences there and revealed big games. So that's possible. And I also know that Jeff Keighley is doing his Gamescom opening thing as well. So what do you think about this? Are you excited?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to have something that's something to look forward to that is a little bit more focused, even if it's not necessarily E3. I think I think you are right that it is like Gamescom is E3 on steroids, but there's also, like, I'm not gonna lie, there's something about it being European. Kind of takes away from it a little bit for me personally. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's like E3 is our thing, and so it's like, oh, they get their thing. It's like cool giant building that is unnecessarily big because some priest made it. I don't know. It's cool. Like, I'm looking forward to it. Like, I'm glad that like they have a place to go and like unveil cool things. Hopefully that actually does happen, and we're not just left with kind of like the scraps left over from all of these other shorter directs, because that's something that I feel like could potentially happen, where it's like Gamescom comes around and it's like, well, we already showed everything, so here's DLC for, I don't know, Tales of Arise or something. You know, here's a free hat for your Skyrim horse. I don't know.
I'm excited about Gamescom coming back just because I want to see how it goes. People been asking for live shows again. They're going to start up again. and we'll see how it goes. Dustin, do you have any thoughts about the Cola Meso lighting up again?
Yeah, it's I think I'm glad that it's happening for sure. I'm with Chris that I want E3 to come back, but I want it to come back in not the way that it was when it left, just because in the few years that I was there, I saw it the steep decline in the show overall, and I can't imagine if people that were there 5-10 years ago, probably way more drastic than when I saw it. But for E3, I was hoping I could be Last Stand's like man on the field for E3. So we're just gonna have to either send me to be with these Europeans, well, they'll kill me, just for the things I've said on this show, or let's Tokyo Game Show, let's make it happen.
They'll
Send me out to that. That would be fun.
They'll drag you like Mussolini, man. Like, you're done. Well, they're gonna make a display.
I don't know. After what you just said too, Chris, you might be, a target as well.
I'm not setting foot in Europe.
You're like, I know better than that.
I know better than that. I know better than to fly over the ocean where I don't belong. No way.
I've seen enough Europe to last a lifetime. But nonetheless, Germany is an interesting place, nice people, and it does attract everyone from Central Europe, Western Europe to come. And I think what's interesting about Gamescom is that it's what E3 has been becoming, which is it's always been this, which is it's primarily a public facing show with a trade element.
Right.
E3 is now a trade show with a public element, and I think that imbalance is kind of being introduced. That's why there are so many people there. Tokyo Game Show is the same thing. And I don't know if you want to go to you want to go to Cologne and go to Gamescom, we can arrange for that probably. I don't know that you're going to enjoy it as much as you think you might. But
I loosely had this idea where right now Japan, Holly and I have been wanting to go to Japan before the pandemic, but obviously that plan changed. And I was like, well, they'll only let people in Japan in via business. And I was like, well, I go and rip a quick pod, for Tokyo Game Show. Maybe that would work out, but I don't know. It's so far away. Who knows? I wonder. I mean, I guess they're pretty confident these shows will happen. It's just with the way COVID has been up and down. I guess it's like they just kind of gotta shoot their shot and go for it at this point. And hope for the best. But who knows?
I do feel like there's a bit of overconfidence happening. I feel like nobody's been testing really. I feel like it's still like a really big deal, and people are like getting real sick, but nobody knows about it. So we'll see how this goes. Well, hopefully Gamescom does happen, because it would be a sign of things kind of getting back to normal proper. That's the only reason I'm excited for it, because it's just like a symbol of like, oh my god, thank God, we're kind of.
I think our tolerance. I was reading about something, but this isn't like the Atlantic or something recently. Our tolerance for catastrophe is so high now that everyone's like, well, whatever, man. Like with COVID at this point, and now the stuff going on in Eastern Europe, we're just kind of expecting a ratcheting up at all times. The Trump era and like real political instability and whatever, that everyone's like, yeah, 1,000 deaths a day, whatever, man. And it's sad, but it's all relative. It's all relative to the events that are going on the ground. And I just don't think people have much of a tolerance for it. I will also be interested. I'm just going to throw this out there. Some people roll their eyes, but I'll be interested when the dust settles with COVID and we're truly safe from it and have a wrap on it and we can kind of look back and study it. I'll be interested in how many people really died from it. Like when they go through, as opposed to like, are the numbers higher or lower? Are people going to the hospital and is it exacerbating something else because you have all these comorbidities, a lot of obese people and blah, 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 whatever the case might be? Or do we, are the numbers inflated, or are we not deflating, but I guess not counting the proper amount of numbers? Like one thing I know for sure about COVID, in my opinion, is that the numbers are not accurate. I feel like,
well, they can't really be.
Well, I feel like only in hindsight can we look at all of the data and I think really drill it down and figure it out. Very much like they did with the flu, 1918 flu and stuff like that. Obviously, they didn't know anything back then too. That was also a problem. But that's what's so fascinating, is that it's created a high threshold for us as a people for calamity. And people look at, I was reading, there's this so-called that the 1990s is looked back at as one of the so-called pauses in history, that they're calling it, like where things are actually always happening, and for some reason during that era nothing happened of any consequence, and then now it's all going crazy again. So what a time to be alive for now. Gonna get that no-fly zone over the Keebler forest and make sure nothing's coming in or out. All right. CityAM.com reports this. I just thought this was interesting because we were talking about what the possible ramifications would be of places or of PlayStation, Microsoft, all these companies pulling out of Russia for now because of the aggressive actions shown by Russia in Ukraine. And CityAM writes the following, quote, "The Russian government is pushing forward with plans to undermine intellectual property rules and reverse the rights of Western patent holders in an effort to counter the impacts of Western sanctions. The Russian government this week said Russian companies have no obligation to pay patent holders from countries that sanction Russia for the use of their intellectual property, according to local media reports. The Russian government has effectively legalized piracy by introducing new laws stating that Russian firms are allowed to use innovations from unfriendly countries without paying the use of the IP, according to state-backed newspaper Rossiyskaya. I want to say this right. Rossiyskaya Gazeta. I think I said that right. The reports come after Russia's Ministry of Economic Development last week told reporters that it was considering lifting IP rules to counter sanctions with a view to encouraging Russian producers to manufacture certain goods, end quote. So this doesn't necessarily correlate with what we were talking about one-to-one, but it's what I was kind of saying, that a society with some means, Russia is not a third world country or even a developing country. They're a first world country, 12th, 13th biggest economy in the world. So they have some means, manufacture, and ways to withstand. And I feel like this is more towards like copying chip designs and making things in factories and all of that. But nonetheless, I wouldn't be surprised to hear when this all settles, hopefully soon, that piracy has been running amok in
that's crazy.
in Russia.
Russia, it's funny that you said that, like, oh, they're a first world country, because like, are there people who think that Russia is a third world country?
I think that there are many people let me say this. There are many people in the world that probably could only find Russia on a map because it is so big and have no idea anything really about Russia. And because Russia's in that space where they're not European, but they're not Asian. That's always been the tension of Russian history, right? Going all the way back to the early czars and of course Peter the Great.
Yeah.
The window on the West and his obsession with Europe and all that. So they've always been kind of in, but kind of out. And I think people still look at that and they think, well, they're not truly European and cosmopolitan. And certainly in Siberia, they're not. But in Moscow and in St. Petersburg and in like kind of the European sector, like the west of the Urals part of Russia, pretty.
I mean, I guess it's like
standard.
It's like anything. Place. You could be like, oh, like Skid Row is not as Skid Row and Beverly Hills. The sheer difference between those places. But my thing was like, how do you not know that Russia is a first world country? Every single Russian that exists has a dash cam.
I know. Oh my God! Thank God you said it.
Like they all have. I don't know what the hell. And
I know what it's about. Do you know why that is?
Why?
It's because insurance fraud is so out of control in Russia and in Eastern Europe that everyone has a dash cam to prove that they didn't do anything. That is 100% the reason. And you can read about it. So that's why because a great parallel to the YouTube fight videos that I love, like the fight compilations, a great parallel is road rage and crazy shit on the roads kind of stuff. And that's all in Russia. At least a lot of it was because everyone had dash cams there first.
Yeah,
and it's because of insurance fraud.
They're always catching crazy shit too. It's like I remember seeing this one, like this. It looked like CG meteorites like falling out of the sky, and they're just like, yeah. Russia's crazy. Russia's a crazy place. I can't imagine.
Did you see the video I saw last week of a dude doing pull-ups shirtless in the forest
with a bear?
And the guy's punching him, and then there's just a bear, like an actual real bear.
It is a chaotic Saturday morning cartoon over there. I can't explain that video. The fact that video is real gives me nightmares while I'm awake.
If this thing turns into World War III, I think we might wish we were back fighting the Taliban in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Dealing with these motherfuckers.
They don't have bears.
Yeah, it's going to be like fighting the Starks in Game of Thrones with their dire wolves. These guys are going to be able to control bears. Like Zangief. I think Zangief used to wrestle bears.
Oh,
if I remember correctly. And he's a real man, isn't he?
Yeah, he's real.
All right. Let's see here. A few other things. Quite a bit of controversy about what we were saying last week about Gran Turismo 7. I don't know if you saw any of the feedback about this, but some people were saying that the criticism about Gran Turismo 7's grind to maybe convince you to spend money on credits in the store is maybe overblown. But I don't know if you guys saw then, and I'm ignoring all that feedback only because this news just broke, and I don't know if you guys saw it, that version 1.07 of Gran Turismo 7 actually seems to correct some of the farming that is necessary, but it's actually changed some of the prices and payouts for some things to make them lower. So if the problem existed, let's say the problem existed kind of last week, the problem is more magnified now. And they show, for instance, the Dirt Champions Fisherman's Ranch race used to give you 65,000 credits when you won. Now you get 30,000 credits. The Clubman Cup Plus Goodwood circuit, I guess, 35,000 credits. Now you get 12,000 credits. There's some in the other way. For instance, the World Tour Car 800 Monza circuit went from 5,000 to 70,000 credits. So a substantial increase there as well.
What the hell? What?
So I don't know what is going on here, but I wanted to note that I saw your feedback. I'm going to be talking to Z28 Gaming in the coming weeks about Gran Turismo 7 on a Sacred Symbols Plus episode specifically. And we'll get into all of this. But something's up.
Yep. And
a lot of people feel like there's a lot of fuckery going on with this. In fact, I got a specific text message. I'll read it. So the guy that made... Actually, do you have the circular moon behind you? Or it's right there. Chris has it in his shot, too, as well. The very guy who made those, Nikolai, he's an artist out in Idaho. He texted me this today. He says, Colin, I'm sorry if this is inappropriate to text you. You don't ever want to start reading a text message like that. I didn't know if Nikolai was going to have like a dick pic or something in there. But he said this instead. He said, would you please boost the message on this greedy corporate crap from Sony and Polyphony Digital? I posted a rant in the community. They don't listen to their fans, obviously, but maybe they'd listen to you. Well, they're definitely not going to listen to me either. But I hear you, Nikolai, and I wanted to say that there's something up here.
Yeah.
Something up. Also, the trophies are broken in Gran Turismo 7.
Oh, that's
point
cool.
That out as well. Apparently.
That's a feature.
That is a feature. Keeps you playing.
Yeah. It's
right.
The grind. You have to get a trophy 10 times before it unlocks.
Right, exactly. A quick news item from Video Games Chronicle notes that Steam DB, which of course is the API scraper that finds all sorts of interesting things on Steam all the time, has some new release dates for games, and some of them we knew about, but there's a release date in there that will be interesting for us on this show. Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, which is already on PlayStation 5. That is the Thief's End and the Lost Legacy re-release. It looks like it's going to be on Steam July 15th. Now, this could be a placeholder, but July 15th is not a traditional placeholder date, and July 15th is a Friday. So, seems like that's when it's going to come out. So, if you're looking forward to playing it there, it's going to look beautiful, I'm sure. Go check that out. Uncharted on PC. It reminds me of when Shuhei Yoshida said to someone during the lead up to the Vita, does your iPhone have Uncharted? And that was funny. But now your PC has Uncharted. All right.
Yeah.
I thought you guys would find this interesting. I mean, Video Games Chronicle reported this as well, and so thanks to you guys out there. By the way, I want to have Andy Robinson over there on the show at some point. He's a really interesting guy. He wrote, I think I might have said this already, but he wrote the game Yooka-Laylee.
Oh.
And was a games journalist, then went to Playtonic, wrote that game, and then is now a journalist again. So he's an interesting cat. But his website reports that a new teardown video of the DualSense controllers, the new color DualSense controllers, indicates that they are different internally than the original ones. And it says, quote, a new teardown video has reportedly revealed that the newly colored DualSense controllers have received some internal upgrades, which haven't been announced by Sony. Starlight Blue, Nova Pink, and Galactic Purple colored DualSense controllers all featured these new internals, however. The original versions and the original revisions, Cosmic Red and Midnight Black, do not. Unfortunately for those, and they continue, unfortunately for those looking for some more battery life out of their DualSense, the new controller colors use the exact same battery packs according to the analysis, end quote. So I wanted to stop there real quick. The battery life in DualSense is horrible.
Yeah.
It's becoming increasingly annoying. Now, I sit, for the most part, in game in a Lazy Boy recliner that has a USB port in the side of it. And so that kind of helps fix that problem for me. But dude, I'll watch like YouTube for a couple of hours in the background while I'm working, and the controller will lose one of its bars. just sitting there. And I'm like, how is this possible? This is ridiculous. So I was hoping for that. But they say, quote, the most significant change are the new springs that are used in the DualSense triggers. As shown off in Tronic Fix's video, Tronic Fix is a YouTuber. The newer springs are longer and appear more robust. Weak springs were a common failure point on launch and launch window PS5 controllers. And there are other things too inside that are different, but they don't think it actually has anything to do with quality. So wanted to just throw that out there. So if you're looking for the controller with the new features, you're going to want to stay away from Cosmic Red and Midnight Black. Those still have the old set.
Yeah.
Starlight Blue, Nova Pink, Galactic Purple have the new ones. And I think that Starlight Blue is kind of hot. It's like that sky blue looking kind of one.
Right. I think I've seen the Starlight Blue. Starlight Blue PS5. It does look kind of nice.
I like the purple.
I think it'll get dirty, but the white, it's not going to be any worse than the controller as it is.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I'm a pretty fastidious hand cleaner, so I'm always disturbed when I look at the side of my controller and like a little bit of cake dirt over time, like kind of ends up in the little rim. And I'm like, God, what's going on here?
Have you ever been to somebody's house and they just have never made an effort to clean
yes
the rim of the controller? I don't even understand how you could do that to yourself. Dude, you could just like live a life like that.
It's so gross.
It's like it's so easy and, might I add, satisfying to clean those things. Like it's just like a genuine, like I don't know why you wouldn't do that.
Dude,
it's very bizarre behavior.
Chris, we were, in high school and junior high during the 360 era, those white controllers, you go to a friend's house and you're like, bro, has this like been in your asshole straight up? This thing looks like it's been to hell and back. Like what's going on here? Just like get a Clorox wipe or something. Jeez.
It's so, or just like, dude, you get like a, what is it? Like a little gift card or something to get.
Yeah.
Like the, just like very simple.
Yeah.
I never had dirty controllers. Thank God.
I always liked wiping mine down too. That's what I keep saying when I know people break their controllers. I remember during the PS4 era, and certainly we discussed in the past when the stick would unravel.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I have no doubt that that's happening for some of you guys, but I am going to insist. See, I know gamers. I know you guys. I know what you're doing to your controllers. How come this stuff never happens to me?
Colin, I think you're wrong about this.
Who is playing more PS4 than me? Who? Who?
It was a bad batch. It happened to me. But it's never happened on anything other than my launch PS4 controller. No, never. So...
You grimy hands with your Dorito dust and... I know what you guys are doing.
Can I say something, though? I'm really glad that there's something that stopped happening at a certain point in video game development. I'm glad. And it's the whole... that thing where you had to like move the two sticks.
Yeah. Yes.
That was so stupid. I'm glad that everybody learned that was a dumb mechanic and stopped putting that in video games. That ended with PS2, but still, I still have like sore memories of that.
That Dreamcast controllers famously got broken in many different ways from that and from the triggers, because games would like have you like slamming those things down, crazy and everything. They would notoriously break. I loved that controller too. Although
Dreamcast,
that controller was the only controller, and it's so hard to even picture it with the cord coming out of the bottom. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, weird. I don't remember that. That's a detail that like completely fell out of my head.
Yeah, the Dreamcast. I'm gonna Dreamcast controller. I want to just look.
I love that controller though.
Yeah, it was so weird. Yeah, because your hands would go around the bottom, like your hand would almost hit the wire on the bottom of it. It was a really nice controller, and they did that because, of course, you put the VMU in the top, and so
that's right.
Yeah. That was
Yeah. Look at that. So weird.
Very Sega. Very, very Sega. I loved that. I really did love the Dreamcast. I know it's hard for people to believe, but there was a moment for me in the Dreamcast. It's just that the Dreamcast moment wasn't very long. It's about 18 months. It didn't last. But I was all over that thing, baby. If you guys were buying Dreamcast games like I would, we would be playing Dreamcast 6 right now. But you didn't. You all fucked up. All right. Couple more items to get through. Some new news items. Just some crossplay news to announce. For Honor is getting crossplay.
Oh, wow.
It's out now. I thought this was just weird because For Honor is 5 years old, but finally, and it's rolling out in phases, but it will be coming out soon. And the bigger news, I think, is Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, which comes out imminently. It'll be out by the time we record next week, I think. And I'm really looking forward to that game. I want to see what it's all about. that will have crossplay, and that was notable because PlayStation nixed Borderlands 3 crossplay, as you might remember. And we know from and this is an important key point, we know from the epic Apple lawsuit, when all of those documents came out with that glorious tranche of documents, I couldn't believe they were releasing those. And within the emails that were being corresponding, we're saying that Sony's big problem with crossplay is that they're not getting paid. And so I think that they've solved this problem by getting paid, because they're an important part of the nexus of play. Worse news, though, comes in the form of a press release. Tequila Works, the Spanish studio, probably best known for Rime, which came out in PS4, is the newest studio to fall under Tencent's umbrella. Tencent acquired a majority share of the studio. Now, the Spanish team, you guys might remember, their first game was a game called Deadlight. You guys might remember that Xbox 360 game.
Oh, yeah.
And then they did Rime in 2017, which was a PS4 and Switch game, and it was also on Xbox. And they've done a few smaller things since, including that game Guilt, which was on Stadia. I assume that game will leave Stadia at some point, but there's enough interest to attract some Chinese money, so they sold out. Congratulations to them, I guess. Nate Brierly wrote in and said, "Hey fellas, I read yesterday that Tencent is at it again, swooping in and acquiring Tequila Works. Thoughts?" I guess there isn't too much to say about it, other than a shoulder shrug at the lack of mainstream media coverage. Cheers for all the content, the highlight of my daily commute. The thing here is the media never covered this stuff, and I'm even tired of covering it, because it seems like there's not, unless it's like a big studio, and I don't really consider Tequila Works a big studio. It's just, what can you even say, Dustin? What can you even say at this point?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's difficult, especially right now, because with the, with the political situation in Russia, anytime you bring something like this, it's always like, what about this? And what about this? But, and I know some people, what is that? What aboutism or whatever? But it's like, it doesn't mean that it's just like, we should just glaze over it and just like accept the inevitability of China buying everything out. Like, it's like, yeah, we're still going to continue to mention it and push back in ways that we can. And obviously, as we've said on the show many, many times, it's impossible to live a complete virtuous life via what you choose to consume and buy. Like, just not possible. But it doesn't mean that you can't take a stand on it.
I concur. Do you have anything to add, Chris?
No, I agree. I think it's, again, just the 10-cent conversation is so, I'm so tired. Every time I read it, I just get sad, and I'm like, all right, you all know how we feel,
Yeah, they'll start,
definitely. But when it's like a big studio, that'll be like that's a different conversation.
I agree. That's what I was going to say. We'll always bring it up, but it's not going to be its own news story like breakdown, and unless it's a bigger team at this point. I wanted to give a shout out to this game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. We haven't talked about this game at all. I don't think we're going to really, but it's a free to play card dueling game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Game, and it was released in mid-January on all platforms, including mobile phones, but PS4 and PS5, where it's on the charts on the PSN free to play games, and it's surpassed 10 million downloads. Now, is that significant? I don't know, considering it's free to play, but what I will say is that what company is behind this game? Konami. And I feel like we're going to talk about them in a little while, but something's happening over there.
Yeah.
I'm keeping an eye on you, Konami. Something's happening. And we're going to talk about Silent Hill, Castlevania, and all that in a bit. But with that and eFootball and other things, they're trying. And it's cool. It's good to see.
Yu-Gi-Oh! is a sore spot for me, because somebody made a video of a, so like, there's a character in that show. His name's Joey Wheeler, and he's like this like New Yorker character. And somebody made a video of just like audio from him in the show over a picture of my face.
Oh, man.
And I was watching it, and I was like, when did I say this? I was like convinced that it was me, and that infuriated me. Because it's just like, it sounds like the most stereotypical. Like, I don't sound like that, but I thought I did, and I was tricked by the audience into thinking I sounded like that, which is not cool. Not okay. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is dead to me.
I'm sorry to hear that. Didn't you also have or was that some other card you had a story about throwing him away or something?
Oh, yeah. But I think somebody like left a gift of like, hey, he must like Yu-Gi-Oh! And like somebody left like a bunch of cards on my desk, and I was young enough at the time to think like, I have no explanation for what this is, so I'm going to throw all these away.
You like to keep a neat room even then.
Yeah.
This podcast is brought to you by BetterHelp, and Sacred Symbols listeners can get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/symbols. Taking care of your mind is important, vital even, and too many of you out there are letting your mental health suffer by not properly tending to it. A great way to keep a healthy head is with therapy, and BetterHelp offers therapy in a modern and approachable format that fits best here and now. That's because BetterHelp is online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist, so you don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to. This is key since, well, think about the real world. You take your meetings on Zoom, you text with your friends, you talk to your mom on the phone. So why exactly would you have to get in a car or in an Uber, drive to a random office building, wait in a waiting room, and sit in an office to tend to your mental health? It's 2022, and thankfully BetterHelp acts like it. And it just so happens to not only be more convenient than in-person therapy, but cheaper too, which is probably why more than 2 million people have already used BetterHelp. Oh, and since you're connected to your therapist in 48 hours or less after signing up, you won't have to wait long to tend to what ails you. Managing your relationships, finding success and happiness with work, and generally dealing with the many ups and downs that life throws at us. Life can't be life without pain and sadness. It's working through those issues as they arise that truly counts. And I think BetterHelp is the easiest, most modern, and most convenient way to receive high-quality mental health treatment. Therapy has proven a useful tool for me in my life, and the same can be said for you, so give BetterHelp a try. To try BetterHelp for yourself, get connected to a therapist within 2 days after signing up, and conduct your sessions in the fashion that's most convenient for you, whether by phone or computer, video, audio, or text. Go to betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BETTERHELP.com/SYMBOLS for 10% off your first month. Again, for modern therapy that really works, go to betterhelp.com/symbols and get 10% off your first month of sessions. Take good care of yourself out there, my friends, at betterhelp.com/symbols. Good news. Aaron Robb wrote in and said, "Hey CCD, the game no one cares about, Defiant, has dropped the Tom Clancy name from its existence. Is this Ubisoft wisening up to the murdering of the man's name, or does Chris have some magic juju or secret meetings with Ubisoft to tell them to bring back Splinter Cell and not slaughter Tom Clancy in his grave? Chris, tell us your secrets. And gentlemen, thank you for being not just the best PlayStation podcast around, but one of the best, period. Thank you, Aaron Robb. And it's true. If you go to the Defiant website, you'll note that it is not a Tom Clancy game anymore. It just says Defiant. This thing, it just is called a Ubisoft original now. This thing is going to bomb.
Yeah.
Bomb. I can't imagine this thing not bombing. There's not this Defiant seems to me to be like what a computer AI would create if you told it what the various hot points in gaming were right now.
Yeah.
And it has no soul. Chris, how do you feel?
No, I feel exactly that way. Like, I feel like it looks like an AI generated first person free to play. Like, I remember when I first saw it, I thought like this just looks like Call of Duty, but with like Sunset Overdrive graphics, like weird little like PNGs that pop out. Like, oh, you killed somebody. Here's a wacky comic book blammo image or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, what the hell? What is this? What does this have to do with anything Tom Clancy? I don't even know where to begin with this, because first of all, it's been a while since I've seen it, but at the same time, I remember every bit of it because it's just every other first-person shooter that I've ever seen.
No, that's a great way of putting it. That's a wonderful way of putting it. They had gone dark. I was looking at their website, like the Defiant website at Ubisoft.com, and they had gone dark for like 6 months.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that much time had passed. But I don't know, man. First of all, it's going to enter, I guess, some early play sessions, and you can sign up now if you want to on the website.
Yeah, maybe I will.
And it will be on everything, including Stadia and Luna. So I think they're really going to try to flood the zone with getting this game a player base. But looking at the game, the idea of the game, and all of the rest, and Dustin, you can sound off here if you'd like, but I just feel like I think this game's embarrassing in some way. I like Ubisoft. I really have no issues with Ubisoft. Not all their stuff's for me, but you got to respect a game like Rainbow Six Siege. You got to respect a game, in my opinion, like Far Cry. Even if you have to go back to 3 or something. Assassin's Creed, there's a lot of respect there and all. So I'm not shitting on them, but there's something so unsavory in their DNA that has them default once every so often to something like this. And while they can have a studio like Massive making a new Star Wars game or what's probably going to be a very impressive Avatar game and all the rest, on the other hand, they have these creatively bankrupt people making games like Defiant.
Yeah.
And even the name sucks.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
It reeks of like desperation is what it is. Like, you know, it just feels like they're really grabbing at, so it's like, oh, we need that free to play thing. Everybody's doing the free to play thing. It's really good for business. Everybody's talking about like all these free to play games. It's like like you said, they have a Star Wars license. Have some confidence.
Yeah.
Christ.
Well, and here's something to keep in mind too, from the broader aspect of it. They launched their Battle Royale Hyperscape, which I'm pretty sure, I was trying to quickly search, I'm pretty sure that is shut down.
Yeah, they already shut that game down.
So that's DOA. They've got Ghost Recon Frontline, which has I don't want to say no enthusiasm, but kind of just squeaked out with an announcement. And I know it's not out yet, so just like Defiant, but again, just not really a lot of excitement behind it. And then you hear the rumors about what they're doing with Assassin's Creed Infinite or Infinity, whatever it is. And you really got to question the overall direction of this company right now. I mean, it's one of those things where I think that, yeah, they were being pushed to change up the formula with, the most recent Far Cry game and, Assassin's Creed, the most recent one people liked but thought it was too long. And so they needed to change or should change in order to stay ahead of the curve. But I don't know if this was the right move, especially based on the feedback we've had from these 3 projects. 2 still yet to be out, but it's not looking too positive right now.
I just can't bring myself to care about the idea of them doing something with the villains from Tom Clancy games is kind of cool. But why does it have to be presented like that? That's why I didn't understand. Why does it have to be the guys in New York City in the Division don't present themselves like that. I don't know. I just didn't understand why it had to be so. You know what it feels like?
Rock.
Right.
Is that what they said, right, in that video? Right. Very punk rock.
And it felt like what it felt like was a poor man's what was that game that id randomly did the sequel to with Avalanche?
Oh, Rage 2?
Rage 2, right. It feels like a poor man's Rage. It's like, we already have a Rage. We don't need this shit. We already have a Mad Max too. We don't need, I don't know like what kind of angle you're taking here. But if you wanted to do this crossover thing, have some respect for Tom Clancy. Put some respect on his name, for God's sake. I know he's dead, but for God's sake, show the man some respect. So Defiant is still coming out. It's being made by Ubisoft San Francisco, which is an interesting studio because that's the same studio that spearheaded the second South Park RPG, as an example. So who knows what they might be able to do up there, but I have zero confidence in this game. And I would love to be proven wrong. I was going to talk about it actually when we're talking about what we're playing, but I'll just bring it up now because it was so short that I did download and play Ghost Recon. What's the new one? Quarantine? What do they rename it to?
Oh, yeah. Wait. Are you talking about
Extraction, right.
Yeah, is that it? Okay.
So I got mad at Elden Ring after the first night I played it, and so I was like, fuck it, I'll go play something else. So I downloaded that game, and I played it for 5 minutes, and I was like, there's no way I'm playing this. But what was disappointing about that was that the presentation was actually really nice. But once you started playing it, it was a huge, sharp fall off. So it's not to say that they have infinite respect internally for Tom Clancy. Obviously, they don't, but they can do better. And I would argue that less is more. Why do you need all of these games? Ubisoft needs to cool out a little bit because I think it's in that perfect pocket where it's got the IP, it's got the talent, it's got really talented studios. And even though like Massive, just the guy that ran Massive for a long time just left and all this. I was reading that Massive's almost 1,000 people now. I mean, there's a lot of people making Ubisoft games. That's pretty massive. Okay. I thought this was interesting. This kind of flew under the radar. Elite Dangerous is no longer going to be supported with new content on console. It's going to go PC only. Now, Elite Dangerous, of course, is a very complex space simulator trading combat game. I don't really understand it, to be honest. It's like it's like 2 degrees away from EVE Online, which I don't understand at all. EVE Online is actually one of the only games I've actually sat down and looked at and played. And I'm like, I don't get this at all. I don't get it. I've been playing games for so long. I don't understand what this is. But the game came out in 2015-ish, I think. It came to Xbox One. Then it came to PS4 in 2017. And it's a interesting game with an interesting story and this kind of quiet. It reminds me a little bit of Warframe, just in the sense that it's quietly done pretty well for itself. But they've announced, and they announced this actually in about a week ago from when we were recording. It just flew under the radar when we were doing our last episode. It says, quote, "It's no secret that Odyssey's launch," and Odyssey is like the major expansion that was kind of a disaster on PC, "was less than ideal, including the need to split the PC and console player base to focus on a PC-only launch. Since Odyssey's release in May 2021, we have worked tirelessly to improve the Odyssey experience on PC, and whilst we have made great progress, there is still more to be done. We have been supporting the pre-Odyssey and post-Odyssey code bases since. Over the last several months, we have been wrestling with the best way to move forward, and it is with a heavy heart that we have decided to cancel all console development. We need to be able to move forward with the story of the game, and in order for us to do this, we need to focus on a single code base. Elite Dangerous will continue on console as it is now, together with critical updates, but we will focus on new content updates on PC on the post-Odyssey codebase only." So, for those of you it affects, I'm sorry, I don't know if that affects many of you. I thought this was interesting. Dustin, I'm curious, do you have anything to say about this? I thought Elite Dangerous is a curious game to me. I don't know if you have any interest in it at all, or knowledge of it.
I've always found it very interesting, but too intimidating, just in that it requires a lot of learning in order to just play the game. It's unfortunate for the console players that are still out there, but you have to imagine that they're looking at the numbers of where their players are and realizing that just the return on the investment is no longer there for the console version. And it's not like this released a month or two ago on console. It's been on console for at least a few years now. I'm trying to remember when.
About 5 years.
About 5 years. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's unfortunate for those people that are still there on console, but I feel like they've gotten a good deal of content, of updates, and it just makes sense now that if there's not that many people playing on that platform, then it's time to focus on where the players actually are.
I agree. Chris, have you had any encounters with this game at all?
I had friends who dabbled in it. I would see them stream it every now and again, and it would just be them like cruising through space, like doing nothing. And I just remember being like, this doesn't interest me at all. But like, I'm sure. But I based on what I've seen, it is primarily like a PC focused experience already. Like, I feel like most of the people who play Elite Dangerous, most of the people who stream it, are doing so from a PC setup where they have like I've seen people with like flight sticks and stuff, and it looks cool, but it's a very intimidating game, and I had never had an intention of ever really diving into that pool, just because, again, like Dustin said, it requires so much learning just to play, and it's like that's fine. I'll leave that for board games.
Yeah, totally. Well, RIP on PS4 Elite Dangerous. Just quick news from the Resident Evil series coming to Netflix. It's going to premiere July 14th. We talked about it a couple of months ago. I don't know if it's going to be any good or not, but we'll find out. July 14th, it releases on Netflix. And before we get into what we're playing, I wanted to just read this because I think it's big enough news that we shouldn't necessarily ignore it, and it's what's going on with the initiative. Quinn Chapman wrote in and said, Colin had mentioned months ago that Xbox couldn't buy their way into having great games because having experienced dev teams with a defined culture is vital, and money cannot buy that. With the news of senior level staff departing from the initiative, I think it is only appropriate to say that Colin was right. Also, with shortages of experienced developers and so many companies scrambling to scoop up as many veterans as possible, is Microsoft stuck behind Sony in regards to being able to make high-quality AAA games for years and years to come. Sony may not have an immediate answer for Game Pass, but I think the answer in Game Pass is easier than trying to match Sony's level of quality. Chris, I'm curious what you've made of this recent kind of news and it's from Andy Robinson's reporting at VGC, that the initiative is kind of bleeding. I mean, I think that this was fairly obvious for multiple reasons. First of all, I talked about how something was up at the studio when Drew Murray, who left Insomniac and then went to the Initiative and took a demotion to go back to Insomniac. I knew at that point something was up. And then, of course, when Microsoft contracted Crystal Dynamics to basically make the game with or on behalf of the Initiative, you knew something was up there too. This studio has clearly failed. Whether or not the game is good in the end, and I hope it is, and comes out, is awesome, but they've been around for way too long to have not released something now. Nonetheless, not have anything that they're really making themselves. So this has been a failure. Mm-hmm. I'm curious what you make of it and what you think that says about Microsoft's studio and or studios family and their kind of culture, one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I tweeted about this a little while ago, where I'm like, what the hell's going on over there? Where it just feels like, yeah, you've got a lot of money, but you're not willing to spend it in ways that make sense. Like you're going to spend $68 billion to get, what was it that they spent $68? Activision Blizzard.
Right.
Spent $7 billion getting Bethesda. Cool. How about you pay for a live team for your flagship live service game? How about you get some people on the Halo team to get things out on time? How about you retain talent at this new studio that you've been building up as Quadruple A? I know that's like, they didn't do that, whatever. The point is, it's just confusing to me that their management, purely in the Xbox ecosystem, because it doesn't seem to be affecting Bethesda, even post-acquisition, because Bethesda seems to be chugging along quite well. Like they're updating people on Starfield. Granted, they're being a bit vague about it, but at least they're doing something, you know? We haven't heard anything from the Initiative, and it's been how long? How long ago was this studio formed? 2018? Something like that?
I think so. Yeah, as a Quadruple A studio.
Yeah, so like...
And yes, they did. Don't write in. Don't do it.
Look, I feel like there's a severe problem with management within the Xbox first-party ecosystem. Not necessarily with the studios that they've acquired, because very clearly Double Fine was able to ship their game. Bethesda seems to be on track to being able to ship their games. And I have no doubt that Activision will be able to ship their games as well. But within the first-party ecosystem, within Initiative, 343, less so on Playground and the Coalition. They seem to be doing fine. Although Coalition hasn't done anything in a while, so I'm curious what they're doing.
Yeah, it's probably soon, I would imagine.
I would imagine, yeah. But something about 343, the Initiative, and some of these other first-party teams is concerning. It's a little weird. There's a lot of bleed through. There's a lot of issue with talent retention. Almost like it's a good thing that they have high turnover, and I don't think it is. It's a very weird business model they got going on, and they have a lot of money to spend, but they don't seem to spend it correctly. Like, it can't be difficult to hire people who are qualified for the job. You know, it can't be that difficult with that much money to just get a team together and make something. It can't be. This isn't an indie studio. You know, this isn't like five guys in their basement, you know, chugging along on an indie game for 7 years. This is Microsoft. What is going on?
I agree. Now, I put up in the chat here for on our recording just a Video Games Chronicle, because they're the ones that broke the story originally about. We're bringing them up a lot today, about the Initiative. If you scroll to the bottom and you see Perfect Dark Dev Team.
Wow.
And it shows all of the people that are on the team and everyone that has left.
Yeah.
This is a disaster, this list. I want to be really clear. It's not about it being Microsoft or the Initiative or us picking on them. The studio was announced in the summer of 2018. Their game should be near completion now. And if you're excited about a product you're working on and things are going well, you don't leave. You definitely don't leave during development. You want to get credit for it. You want to be there. You want to reap the benefits of the financial windfall that usually falls on a studio that does well, and the money that you make and the retention. These guys have all bounced. They don't want anything to do with this game and this studio. And as we've said about Bungie, we've said it ad nauseum, a major piece of that acquisition was nailing the studio's culture and talent to the ground. Yeah. Because it is becoming hard to hire. And we are seeing that with Star Wars, Quantic Dream Star Wars game, and other projects that are getting bandied around with dates that are unbelievable, like 2028. It's like, well, what the fuck are you talking about? 2028. Naughty Dog can probably release 2 games by 2028. That's unbelievable. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would say this too, just because I have some insight, because I've been contacted by people within this development ecosystem, and Microsoft relies very heavily on contract work. So, and a lot of people, and not that that's necessarily all that different. Like Sony does that as well, but it's not to the degree. Like there's a lot of people who jump in. It's like, I want to work on Halo, and then they get to get like their credit, and then they bounce, you know. Or and that's seen as like a good thing in that ecosystem, where it's like, oh, well, you have people coming in and bringing new things. It's like, no. You don't want people coming in bringing new perspectives every 10 minutes. Like you need to nail something down. There's a reason why, like you said, Sony paid for Bungie and paid a lot in talent retention. And it's because the team that is able to make Halo 2 in 11 months, that's a really important thing, to be able to have a bunch of people who have been working with each other for a very, very long time, who understand each other, who know the workflow, who know the universe, who know the brand, who know the game, to stay with the game instead of hiring new people and having to catch people up to speed. That's like a really important part of making anything, is making sure you have a team that is consistent. Sure, people will leave and people will go, so like that's fine. There's a certain amount of there's a certain amount of what's the term? There's a certain amount of people who are leaving, which is fine and normal, but this is not. This
like
list
churn.
is hilarious. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Turnover.
Right, that was the term
Right,
that I was
right.
blanking on. There's a certain amount of turnover that's normal, and then there's this, and this is an astonishing list. The fact that this is real should be like major red flags.
Right. I feel like in partially, I'm wondering if it's a case of, and I didn't read this article fully, so maybe it explains part of this, but I wonder if Microsoft is in some ways too hands off with some of their teams, because you look at examples like the Gears of War team. What are they called?
The Coalition.
The Coalition. Look at Coalition. They've been shipping games that people are very pleased with, that have good support, doing updates to their old games. It's been going pretty well.
Micah's a big Gears fan, and she's down with them. Yeah.
Playground Games, people have been very happy with the Forza Horizon series, stuff like that. So there seems to be problems in certain areas and not in others. And you got to wonder if it's just they're a little too hands-off in certain situations and not hands-off or hands-on in others. But it's a big question. And also, I want to say to the audience, don't clip out anything that Chris said to use it as ammo, because I can already see it now. It's just like Colin said, we're just discussing. We're not just trying to shit directly on Xbox. It's just
no.
Yeah.
If you showed me a studio roster and you just said you removed everyone's names, you didn't tell me what the studio was, and you just show me names like producer, associate producer, artist, line artist, whatever, 3D artists, all of this, and then you just said, here's everyone that's crossed off has left the team since it was formed and started working on this game. How do you feel about the studio? I'd be like, that studio's in a lot of trouble, and the game's in a lot of trouble. And you can pull back the curtain and say, it's Naughty Dog. And I'd be like, well, they're fucked. But it's not Naughty Dog. It's not Santa Monica Studio. It's not Sucker Punch. It's not even studios that were kind of on the periphery, like Bend or Pixel Opus or something like that. So I feel
it's
like
not even also
we
should also say it's not even other studios in the Microsoft ecosystem. It's not Bethesda. It's not like any of the. It's not id. It's not. Like this is a very specifically the initiative problem, and also from what I've heard, a 343 problem as well.
Well, I mean, Halo's in bad shape, right? I mean, was that fair?
It's in confusing shape, to say the least. Like I don't even know what the hell is going on over there. But this is a problem within the ecosystem. Not necessarily. It doesn't mean we're talking about the entire, like every single studio. This is very clearly focused on the initiative, and this is a bad look for the initiative.
I agree. I don't know.
I hope Perfect Dark is good. I really do.
Me too. But it's not going to be their game.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
This is exactly like what I was saying randomly, it has nothing to do with the game per se, but randomly with Avalanche and id getting together and doing Rage, this has a feel like that, where Crystal Dynamics is going to make this game, and Crystal Dynamics needed the lifeline because of what happened with the Avengers, so this worked out perfectly for them. And that might work out, and then maybe they'll have a very production-like relationship and do all of this. But you're looking at the roster; it's like these guys, a lot of these guys are out, and talent is just too fluid right now. It's too. I keep telling you guys, you can't understate how much money people are getting paid right now in video games to move from studios and to lock them down. $1 billion investment from Sony into Bungie to retain talent is a serious investment. It's a lot of money. 1,000 million. I mean, that's a lot of money. It's just. So it's totally worth looking into what's going on over there. And I will say, you bring up Bethesda, which I think is a great point, but I will say this, and some people are not going to like it, and that's fine. But I feel like Microsoft in this new era of studios, even since they bought those studios like Ninja Theory and others during that E3 several years ago, I would argue that none of the games that have come out or that are on the precipice of coming out, with the exception of maybe Forza, had much to do with them. You know, Psychonauts was in development long before Double Fine was purchased, and Starfield has been in development for a very long time, and I doubt has much of anything to do with Microsoft. So one way or the other, whether it's going to be good or bad, I bet you it's going to be really good. Sounds like it's going to be good. But I want to just say that Microsoft hasn't proved anything. They proved that they can buy things, and that's awesome. I think it's good to have a stock of talented studios. Now do something with them. That, like, you start from the beginning. Not that you bought midway. Not Deathloop or Ghostwire Tokyo or Starfield or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that is a relevant point to say, that we have to wait for the fruits of those still. And I think games like maybe Hellblade 2 or whatever might be like the proof in the pudding, but it's not happened yet. And Halo, I thought you guys, I want to listen to your guys' conversation. You just did a Defining Duke Ultimate with the boys about Halo. That's on Patreon, and we'll probably make that free for everyone at some point, because I'm sure it's going to be something people are going to want to hear. But I'm fascinated by Halo, because who cares how many people play your game if you can't retain them? And I think that in some way, this comes back to Game Pass. You know, like, just different expectations and different priorities on what you're doing and what you're putting in there and to what end. And I'll be really interested to see how they survive this.
I would say that if this wasn't already kind of a problem before, because Halo 5 was not well received either. The Master Chief Collection was a mess. This was all before Game Pass, and you know, you've had other things, so like Gears 5's microtransaction shit was like very bizarre, and that I think was also before or like on the precipice of Game Pass. This has been a Microsoft problem for a while. You know, just in general, Game Pass, regardless, you know, like, this is just a weird management system that they have that is just not, like, Halo is so weird because that's such an important flagship, and the game is great, but it's a live service game with no service. So, like, what do you're getting eaten alive out there, man. That's like a really tough business. We talk about that, like, I mean, that's in that whole Halo Infinite discussion, so I'm not gonna get into it, but it's just, I don't know what the hell's going on over there. It's very weird. It's very weird.
I concur. We wish them the best. They poached
we're not like
rooting
against them or nothing.
Well, I mean, they poached a lot of key talent. LA is arguably the greatest hotbed of gaming talent in the United States. And they were going and getting people from Naughty Dog, a lot of people from Naughty Dog, a lot of people from Santa Monica, Blizzard, a bunch of other places, Riot. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I would really love to know more about what went wrong there, because something went really wrong. And again, I'll just say the canary in the coal mine for me, just knowing him personally, that not that I talked to him about it, but when Drew Murray, who co-directed Resistance 3 and co-directed Sunset Overdrive, he went there, and then he went back to Insomniac as a designer. Come on. Yeah, something was up at that point. Mind and body are two sides of the same coin. You've got to take care of both, and doing so will make you maximally effective in your life. Now, I go on and on here on Sacred Symbols about mental well-being and how vital it is, but it should go without saying that taking care of your body is essential too, and perhaps I don't give that topic as much time as I should. So I must report that I found a wonderful product that helps me take care of my body, fitting in between my traditional 1 meal a day dietary approach and my daily cardio and weightlifting. Athletic Greens. Athletic Greens, which you can check out at athleticgreens.com/sacred, is a powder that you mix into water and you drink it like a shake. I started taking Athletic Greens with one goal in mind: gain some extra energy before my workouts, hopefully derived from eating something natural, that isn't a cheeseburger and fries. As I only eat once a day and am otherwise in a 22-hour fast, give or take, by the time I get to my pre-dinner workout, I'm always dragging. When I started taking Athletic Greens, however, the difference was noticeable, truly. Going into my routine and on throughout, I had more energy and felt more upbeat. This is probably because Athletic Greens is made up of 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens, most of which are so alien to my body that they might as well be from another planet. But indeed, they're not. They're sourced from Earth. These various items are just really, really good for the human body, and it's just about for everyone. It fits within a variety of diets, ranging from keto and paleo to dairy-free and vegan. It costs less than $3 a day, and it totes thousands upon thousands of 5-star reviews. Oh, and it tastes good too, surprisingly so. Not sure how they manage that, alchemy perhaps, but I digress. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutrition insurance. Guys, let's get into what we're playing. It's the same 2 games that we keep talking about over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. How do I want to do this? Let's talk about Horizon first. We'll each just go through that, and then we can talk about Elden Ring second. So, Chris, why don't you kick us off with Horizon? Have you anything to say?
I feel like my opinions on both games are kind of exactly the same. I haven't had a lot of time to play this week because I've been busy doing a lot of business shit that is really unfortunately taxing, literally. But I'm enjoying both experiences very well. I'm learning kind of to treat these games a little bit differently because they have very different approaches. Like Horizon and Elden Ring are very, very different experiences, and I'm trying to kind of segment myself a little bit more. And I'm going through the story of Horizon right now. I reached a point though where I was getting my ass handed to me, like just destroyed, because I was like way under level. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, I forgot. This is one of these. I have to grind a little bit. So I was doing some side stuff. I was doing some tall neck stuff, and it's still a really gorgeous game to me. Like, it is really fucking pretty, like graphically. Like, I'm really curious how this game looks on PS4. Like, as I play it, I'm like, I wonder like if it looks as good, but just like at a worse frame rate. Like, I'm really curious about it. I haven't seen any footage on it, so maybe it does, but I'm enjoying it. I just haven't had much time this week to really get further in either game.
Dustin, Horizon Forbidden West.
Yeah, I've been diving back in now that I can take a breath after Elden Ring, and I'm having a good time. I'm surprised as I keep playing that I don't know if I'm just unlucky, because I was talking to Ben about this and he was kind of surprised by some of the things I was saying, that I'm having kind of a buggy experience in some aspects. I've gotten stuck in the ground like for like multiple seconds at a time when I'm on a mount. And I had a thing where like I was following a character for part of a quest and he just like stopped. He just stopped moving. I was like, what are we doing here, bud? Are we going to go do this thing? And eventually I was able to trick it into keep going by like just kind of wandering ahead. And eventually he's like his stroke was over, because then he decided that, oh, no, you need to follow me. I was like, okay, bro. But that's just, I don't know. It's minor nitpicks. It's nothing that was like completely ruining the experience for me. I almost had a situation with like Chris had, where I was doing really well, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm paced properly level wise. And then I got into one of the like a story slice basically where I realized like, I think my weapons are a bit shit because I'm not doing very much damage here. And so it was one of those situations where I didn't want to try to bounce back to the open world because it would be really annoying to go back and do that some of the same stuff again. But I also didn't want to put it on easy mode. Like my pride wouldn't let me do that. So I just muscled through it and I ended up beating it. So I'm going to be diving back in this weekend a lot, and it's been good. It's been real good.
Yeah, we're gonna record our spoiler cast with Ben. Maybe we'll get Hogue too. I don't know. We'll do that soon. I beat it and platinumed it. Platinum number 128. Boom. Fun platinum.
Jesus.
I was a little disappointed. The platinum is not hard enough, I think it's a little bit of a forgiving platinum, which seems to be a trend with many PlayStation releases, especially first-party releases, where they're becoming a little bit more forgiving. I'm sure they see stats that is good for them, so they're doing that. But nonetheless, by the way, just to be more specific, my complaint is that if you're going to make an open-world game, why not make you see all of it and do all of it for the platinum? I mean, I think that's reasonable. Instead of saying, do 2 of these 6 quests, why not do all of them? And I didn't really understand that thing. It's like upgrade 5 pouches 1 time each. It's like, what the fuck? I just thought that was kind of weird, but that's irrelevant. I will say that some things with Horizon, first of all, I think it's exceptional. I think it's an absolutely exceptional game. I think it's awesome. And I think it got too easy at the end. I think that by the time I got to the last mission, it was like comically easy for me. And just because I had the best equipment and whatever. And I just think that a major sticking point for me that's a negative for Horizon is I just think there's a lack of true balance here. I think that they didn't do a good enough job of making the game balanced for those who do everything. If you're going to suggest to me, here is a plethora of things, here is a cornucopia of options for you, go explore them, and I do all of that, and then I'm beating the shit out of the game, that's not really telling me that I should have gone and done that. That's telling me that I maybe did too much. And the game doesn't suggest that there is such a thing as too much. So when I'm, for instance, if your level cap is 50, how come I'm getting, I think the highest level suggestion for a quest was 35 for the main quest. So the main quest is 15 levels below the cap. It's just, and I did everything. I think I finished with like a 91 or 92% completion rating. The only things I skipped were the arena. And here's a problem is, so I set it up very gracefully to get the platinum when I would beat the game. But it turned out that I didn't kill one of the enemies that you have to kill, that one of my companions killed the enemy. So I had to go to the arena to the 5th round. So the arena is 5 rounds of 4 fights. I had to go to the 5th round in the second fight to fight an enemy to pop that trophy. And at that point, I dropped it to easy because I'm like, no, there's no way. There's no way I'm sitting here and doing this. That's bullshit. And it was because I fought those enemies, but some companion killed it instead. But otherwise, I will say this. I think the story is great. I think it's kind of a bonkers story. I don't think it goes anywhere where anyone thought it would go. And it sets up, and I don't think this is a spoiler, it is set up for a 3rd game. 100%.
Yeah.
And
which will inevitably launch 2 days before, fucking some groundbreaking
Elder Scrolls 6 or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I said on the show when someone wrote in, they're like, what game will come out with Horizon 3? And I was like, Elder Scrolls 6.
Yeah.
So I liked that as well. I liked that they leaned into this. This is going to be a trilogy. I think that that's fairly obvious. On one hand, I'm disappointed in that because I kind of wanted to see an exploration outside of both Aloy and the United States. But I think with Call of the Mountain, we're going to get that non-Aloy story. And I don't want to get too spoilerish, but this game, Horizon Forbidden West, does talk about what is going on elsewhere in the world. And that opened up my mind to this whole litany of possibilities of storytelling. I'm really excited about that. And I hope that they explore that as well. So I got to give a shout out to my 128th Platinum, Horizon Forbidden West. Certainly the game of the year to beat for me. It's very early, so I'm sure there'll be plenty. But it was very, very, very good. And although I think it has balance issues, I think that it has a lot more to offer in terms of storytelling, animation, fluidity. It is just fun to play. It is a fun game. The Monster Hunter like shooting components off and gathering them and making things out of them. I like that. I dig it.
Oh, be careful. Be careful there, because I made a tweet about that. I was like, oh yeah, I was because I was talking about it. And somebody was like, oh, would you recommend this? I was like, and it was like, yeah, it's got like, there's like, I like the Monster Hunter style, like, combat of it. But I used Monster Hunter in the non proper noun way. Like just like the general, like, not like the
hunting.
franchise Monster Hunter, just like, the Monster Hunter type vibe.
I see.
And somebody was like, it's not like Monster Hunter at all, bruh. It's like not even close. And I'm like,
I disagree. I mean, I think that they're they're totally different games in intent and stuff, but
right.
fighting big enemies for minutes at a time, knocking things off of them and like whittling their health down and just working on them, that is Monster Hunter. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You are hunting monsters. I'll say that. I don't know. I don't have a lot of experience with Monster Hunter, so I didn't know how accurate it was, but I was like, I specifically didn't mean the franchise. I just meant the vibe.
But they just thought you were being
monsters.
They thought you were doing the hipster thing of never using capital letters. So
they
couldn't.
No, I'm very deliberate.
Fair enough. All right, let's talk about Elden Ring. Kenneth Ohms wrote in and said, hello, boys. Let's jump into it. Colin, you said on the Discord that Elden Ring wasn't for you after the Tree Sentinel bullied you like it was Freshman Friday, but Mama Michael let it slip that you went back into the game. How are you enjoying it? Have you mastered the parry yet? Are you still maidenless? Overall, I hope you are having a good time with it. So, I've played Elden Ring for maybe 4 or 5 hours. And so I ran into that tree enemy and I was like, fuck that. When that happened, I was like, fuck this game. And because it invoked in me a very specific memory of that dragon on the bridge in Dark Souls, which was my fuck this game memory from that game. From that game where I'm like, fuck this game. I don't find this fun at all. But there was something about Elden Ring that I was like, you know what? I want to just try it again, give it another try, especially knowing that it took me a few times to really understand Bloodborne. And so I got back into it and I still have no idea where I'm going. I haven't fought a boss yet. So I don't think it's not spoilers to talk about what's happening in the first few hours, is it? I don't
know. No, I don't think so.
Go for it.
So
I don't even think it's spoilers to talk about what's happening in the first 30 to 40 hours, honestly.
Fair enough. I guess it's going to be different for everyone, but I ran into I'm just exploring and so I ran into the Tree Sentinel. He killed me. Then I go in this other direction. I run into like a guy on a horseback. I'm running away from him. But then some cool moments happen. I come to a forest. There are dudes with torches walking through the forest slowly. I'm like, this is kind of a cool aesthetic. Reminds me a little bit of The Last of Us Part 2. I kind of slowly kill and get through them. And then on the other side is this encampment of enemies. And I was like, oh, this is kind of neat. So I'm slinking around there. And then I go left into this citadel type thing. And there's a huge enemy that drops in from nowhere and he's got all these archers. And I die there probably like half a dozen times. Then I just run through that. I don't know if you're supposed to do that or not, but that's what I did.
Yes.
And so I ran through that, and then I come to this new place to explore, but I realize if I go back, there's this thing that shoots my horse in the air, and I can go and explore this other side, but I have to admit, I've only encountered like 4 different types of enemies, and I'm dealing with them okay, but I feel like I'm a little frustrated because I like it. Like, it's fine. It feels great compared to other FromSoft games. You can jump.
Yeah.
You can actually move your character. He actually moves. It's amazing. And I'm playing as a warrior. So I wanted to play as the prisoner because I thought he looked cool, but I ended up playing as the warrior. And so I want to like it more and I want to continue to persist with it. I like the idea. It is very engaging to me to say, here is just a world. It's not a world of puzzles. It's just a world of things to find. And that's very intriguing to me. But I feel like I could use a little guidance. And what I thought was really funny about this was after several hours of just kind of wandering around, and I feel like I'm not seeing where I'm supposed to even go. I start looking at walkthroughs. And what I realize is that none of the walkthroughs can even encapsulate what you're supposed to do either. I read like 5 different walkthroughs. They're nonsense. They don't tell you anything. And at least the ones I read. And so I'm like, wow, this is a strange sort of situation. But what I like about it most, and what I wanted to kind of make sure I put out there as I continue to play it, is that I'm scared when I play this game. And
yeah,
I like horror games. So, playing through Resident Evil 8, you're kind of looking for the jump scares and the scary creatures, and it's just whatever. I like that stuff, but it's not scary. It's maybe a little tense, but it's not scary. Playing this game is scary because you don't really know what's going to happen. Oh, I look into the middle of this lake. There's a massive dragon. I look at the top of this vista. There's just a man standing there, right? I look into this cave. There's a bat, like a man bat. And I'm like, it's scary. There's like a real fear, a palpable fear of playing it because you have real consequences for dying. And that's very attractive to me. However, I will say one thing that I want to contest, and then I'm going to throw it over to you guys. Playing this game back to back with Horizon, this game in no way, shape, or form looks anything as close to as good as Horizon does. And I saw some people talking about this back and forth. Horizon is a much, much, much more better looking game, I think, than Elden Ring. Like, not even any comparison. And they're similar open worlds. So I think that playing those back to back, I was kind of surprised by that. I mean, just look at the models, look at the trees, look at the leaves, look at the grass, look at the sky,
I think
look at the mountains. Like everything looks. Now I know it's a stylistic choice, but not really. I mean, it's kind of realistic. I mean, that is their stylistic choice. It's got a lot of pastels, yellows and bright blues and all of that. But I did notice, I was like, I'm a little disappointed with how this game looked because I thought Bloodborne was so beautiful and instantly engaging from an aesthetic point of view. I know I haven't seen much of this game yet, but from what I've seen, I'm in the storm part of the game and the opening kind of plains. I'm like, this game's kind of maybe a little overstated with how beautiful it is. It's got a lot of performance problems on PS5. I will say that as well. And I'm not much of a stickler for that, as you know, but I noticed that stuff, like massive texture pop in. You turn around, the grass pops in 2 seconds later, some frame rate stumbling. So from an aesthetic point of view, I'm like, no. But from an exploration point of view, from a feel point of view, from a gameplay point of view, indeed, I think there's a lot to like with this game. I just don't know how much I can take of not knowing where I'm supposed to go because I get frustrated. Like at some point, I'm like, see, I don't want this game to be anything it doesn't want to be, and I'm not trying to change it into anything that it's not supposed to be. But I personally would have liked it, just an ability to say, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Like, what am I supposed to fight? I don't know. And I understand that some people don't want that, but it would have maybe been a nice option.
The what are they called? The Sites of Grace. I always default back to Dark Souls terms. Like every time I lose runes, I'm like, I lost my souls and like bonfires, and like I'm not gonna relearn your terminology. But there are specific ones. I'm not sure if all of them do this, but there are specific ones that kind of have like a trail of light that kind of guide you.
Right. I noticed that. Yeah.
And usually there's enough like pathing in that general direction, kind of like, oh, there's a road that kind of takes you. Like usually there's enough there. Like I didn't know about that until like way late. Like I was like, weird graphical glitch.
Yeah, I know. I thought when I saw those on the map, trying to decipher what anything means, I thought that I just noticed that lightning bolts were happening from the sky for no reason. I have no idea what that's all about. And so I thought that was what it was telling me, was where the lightning bolts were. And then someone on Discord pointed out, no, that's kind of like a directional thing. I'm like, oh, all right, well, I didn't really notice that. But one thing I really do like about the game too is just because it's so open and the eeriness, and you kind of feel like you're spying, like you're scouting. I like sitting on a rock and like looking over a camp. But again, a technical problem is the draw distances aren't very good. So you're not really looking at it the way it is.
Oh man, yeah. I guess I don't know. I've been playing on PC.
Yeah, for me on PS5, it's
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how the PS5 version is. I bet it's not as good.
Like anyway, I've said a lot, and I'm sure you guys have much to say. So Dustin, let's go to you first. So you platinumed Elden Ring, so I don't think you have much more to say about it. But before the spoiler cast, of course.
Yeah. So I will say, just in response about the graphics, I think that it's definitely true that Horizon is a better looking game from almost every technical aspect, which I'm surprised. were there people that were trying to say that Elden Ring was a better looking game than?
Well, it's like the most beautiful open world and the most impressive open world. And I'm like, I don't think it's even remotely in that category personally, but I think it's very eerie and fun. You know?
Yeah.
But anyway,
the only pushback I'll say is that you haven't been to any of the legacy dungeons yet, which I think are some of the best looking parts of the game. And so just keep that in mind. I'm not trying to say that, well, the legacy dungeons are going to change your mind completely, but I do think that you haven't seen some of the best, most impressive aspects. I actually think it's Limgrave is the beginning part, right?
Yeah.
I think Limgrave is probably the least impressive looking area of that entire game.
I dig like what it's trying to say with its visuals. I dig
Right.
like the ancient ruins and the aqueducts and the fallen towers and the old.
Oh no, dude!
road.
Wait till you get to Caelid, man.
Oh yeah,
that place is disgusting. But yeah, oh man, I don't know how I feel about that exactly, because I do think that Horizon is graphically better, like objectively speaking. Like I do think like the fidelity is better and like just the animation quality is like a little bit higher and you know just the models are definitely graphically superior. But at the same time, I don't know, when I'm playing Elden Ring, I do feel like there's this painting like quality to it. Not necessarily like Okami, where it's like
not like Babylon's Fall,
literally a painting, but there's specifically when you get out of the first big castle area, there's this vista that kind of like spreads out before you after you beat Godric. There's this area that you just look at and you're like, this looks like a fucking Van Gogh painting. And it's like, this is gorgeous. And it's more about the artistry of it. It's more about like the color composition and about like how everything like blends in with each other, as opposed to just pure graphical fidelity. Because I do think Horizon looks graphically way, way better. But part of me does feel like the composition of Elden Ring is a little bit more easy on the eyes. And maybe that's just because like some of the sunrises in Horizon are just so red that you're like, the fuck is going on? And you're like, it just feels like very expensive, but it doesn't feel like, I don't know. There are certain times of day in Horizon that don't feel real, if that makes sense. Like there are certain times of day specifically. Like,
well, that's what I said is that the game has like a supernatural feel that I'm not necessarily crazy about. Like,
yeah.
It doesn't feel quite like Earth.
But I would agree that like generally speaking, like, yeah, Horizon's a better looking game. Artistically, that's like up in the air for people to decide, but I happen to like both of them.
The only other thing I'll add before just about Elden Ring, since people have heard me talk a lot, there was a new update that just came out that adds markers for NPCs, which is kind of like a nice in between where it's like, okay, we don't necessarily want like a quest log and a list of things to do, but it is helpful to, at least if you're doing a quest line, to not have to remember exactly where everyone is on this giant, huge map. They also like nerfed and buffed a bunch of stuff. So like some of the things I used towards, especially in the end game, I don't know if they're going to be as viable anymore, but I haven't played the update quite yet. I'm doing it. Okay.
They added markers to the NPCs?
I haven't seen how extensive it is, but that was the main update I saw, is that on the map you can see where specific NPCs, specific story related NPCs are.
Okay,
so,
yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. I'm starting a second playthrough though, because I did the PS4 plat, and this is not a game that just automatically pops your trophies. So I think I'm going for a second PS5 plat, doing a mage intelligence build on stream. So
nice. That's what I was going to ask, is that I'm a little, the other thing I'm really lost on is just how I should really be spending my points.
Vigor.
Because I'm putting them in what vigor?
Vigor is your health, which to my understanding, through a little bit of a preview for the spoiler cast, talking to Fighting Cowboy, who's like the pro, says that the most thing that people get hung up on is that they don't put enough vigor or your health. And especially when you get towards the end game, people are too low leveled in health. And that's why, for example, I mentioned getting one-shotted a lot, and it's just because I didn't spec my character very well. But it's easy to respec later in the game when you actually start to need to do that.
Is there a cap? Like, I remember in Bloodborne, I think it was Bloodborne, you could only make your character so strong. Like you had to kind of make selections, right? There was only so many times you can upgrade your character, so you couldn't just like grind. But that's different in Elden Ring, right? Where you can. Am I interpreting that right? Like I always thought that like there was only so much you can do in Bloodborne before you can't upgrade anymore.
There is some truth to that. In Bloodborne, to my understanding, if I'm remembering correctly, there are soft caps for levels where if you start putting points into a certain thing, once you're so high, they start to be less effective.
Okay.
But to my understanding, the soft caps in Elden Ring are much, much higher. So I don't know. Cowboy's the person that I'm sure he has build videos.
So I could just grind this out for a while because I've been putting it into strength and dexterity because I like my guy's kind of quick. He uses like a buckler and a sword, like a scimitar. So
Yeah.
I like my guy. I wanted to play as the prisoner because I was like, oh, we could tell a little fun story about this guy, but nonetheless, yeah. So I'll stick with it. I'm not really looking for anything else right now to play. I mean, it's just not. I think Lego Star Wars is the next game that I'll definitely play that comes out. So got a little bit of time between now and then, and so I'll stick with Elden Ring for now. But I'm glad, I let it best me, and I got annoyed by it. I might get annoyed by it again, and if I keep getting annoyed by it, I'm not going to play it.
There's always that one enemy in the beginning that just like that's just like you're such an asshole. But I think what's good about this one, as opposed to other FromSoft games, is like you could just go somewhere else. Which was like the most approachable thing to me, where it's like, all right, well, fuck, because the Tree Sentinel whooped my ass the first time. I was like, well, fuck this guy, like I'm leaving. I just left until I had my horse, and then I kicked his ass. But yeah, it's
that's the thing though, is that I feel like I've gone in all the other directions, and I think I'm missing something because I know I'm supposed to fight that Roderick guy, but I haven't even encountered this person, so I feel like I'm missing something. I got to keep playing. I got to just keep playing. All right, couple more questions to get into before we get into the news. Dylan Paulson wrote in and said, "Greetings, Slitaheads." He very politely put an A at the end.
Thank
Colin,
you.
recently when discussing Horizon Forbidden West, you mentioned you bought the new Sony Pulse headphones. Would you mind talking a little bit more about them? Are they comfortable in long play sessions? Are they flimsy or made cheaply? Also, Dustin and Chris, when it comes to gaming headphones, what's your poison? I'm in the market for a new pair and have minimal knowledge. I would greatly appreciate the insight. Keep up the great work, guys. LSM has been killing it since day one. Thank you. I'm not much of a headphones person for gaming, so I don't think you should necessarily take my advice, but I'm happy to tell you what I think of these Sony Pulse headsets. So it's really nice. They're light. Are they flimsy? They feel a little flimsy. But are you not, you shouldn't be like twisting them and crunching them. So, I mean, I don't know, but they're definitely not stiff, but I think that's a lot for comfort as well. They kind of sit off your head and have this little plate that kind of goes underneath and lets it kind of levitate a little bit. The controls are all on the side of it. And you can also interact digitally with the controls as well. And it's good. What I like about it the most is just kind of interplay, and you can do this just on your console standard, but just kind of trying to play with audio levels to splice in like a podcast or something if you're just running around a map, or you can do that. Sometimes I just leave it off my ear like this and put in an AirPod and just listen to a podcast that way and have it off one. But I played Horizon with headphones the entire time, and I don't think I've ever played a game like that. And it was a really interesting experience. I think the sound really heightened it for me. I liked it. I think I'm just such a multitasker that I've kind of come away from listening to a game, but I'm going to try to do that more. I'm playing Elden Ring now with headphones, so maybe it'll become the new standard for me, but I recommend them. But again, I don't have anything to compare them to. These Sennheisers are HD 280 Pros. I mean, these are the ones I've always used for production and podcasting, but these are really expensive headphones. I don't think you need these for gaming, but I think maybe the Pulse headsets would be better for you guys. What are you playing on? Dustin, let's start with you. Are you playing with headphones?
I always prefer to use actual speakers. Like I have a stupid soundbar that was really expensive, but really nice. I know people ask, so it's the Samsung HW-Q950T. That's the soundbar I have. I fucking love it. It's like one of those soundbars that has the front, it's got two speakers for the back, and it's got a subwoofer. So it's kind of like a hybrid type system. It's really, really awesome. So I always prefer to use real speakers. When it comes to gaming headphones, though, the only recommendation that I would have is that you got to be careful because a lot of them are junk, and just make sure to go and do research to find out which ones are actually really good. I know a lot of people like SteelSeries, and a lot of people like Astros, like the more high-end Astro headphones, particularly if you need something that works with headset audio, like if you're going to be doing multiplayer. If you're not doing multiplayer and you don't need wireless, I recommend getting a nice pair of just normal headphones. Like I use these Sony headphones, which they also have a ridiculously stupid code name that I can never remember. And I use these all the time particularly if I'm on PC, because I don't have a nice setup up here, or if I'm playing and I can't have the speakers loud, like Holly is doing a voice lesson or something. So I will just use these, and I think it's fantastic. You don't need one necessarily that's just for gaming.
Sure. By the way, I just looked up my Sennheisers are cheaper than I remember. They're only $100 on Amazon right now, so go get those. That's about the same price, I think, of the Pulse headset. There are Sennheisers that go all the way up to $2,000, which I don't know that I would even know the difference, to be honest.
Yeah.
Chris, what do you use?
I don't know. I typically like. I mean, it gets a little muddy because I stream a lot, and when you stream, you kind of have to have headphones, otherwise the speaker bleeds through into the mic. So I've gotten used to headphones a little bit more, but I usually prefer just using the speakers. Like I've never been that much of a sound guy. Like I couldn't tell you the difference between the Turtle Beach I had in 2012 or the crazy headphones that I have now. But I have, for my PC specifically, I have these this Cyber Acoustics high power 2.1 subwoofer speaker system, and it's just really good because you can control the bass and everything about it is really really good. That's my speakers, but headphones wise, I've been using these reliably. These are, I think, Audio, if I'm remembering, it's Audio Technica ATH M50X. These are just these are mostly just production headphones, but they work really well for when I'm streaming and when I'm playing. Do you really?
These are I think I bought these maybe 10 years ago, to the point where the actual drivers in them are totally fine. I had to replace the actual foam pads, but
yeah,
I still keep them around. The headband looks disgusting. This looks like a 360 controller at your friend's house. But these are a decade old, and they're so the Audio Technica shit is really good.
It looks like the inside of my hockey gloves.
Yeah.
Audio Technica is just good. In my experience, they're just the Toyota of audio stuff, where it's just this is probably gonna work. I have no problem trusting this.
Part of being a functioning adult is having your finances in order. And the most fundamental building block of financial sanity and organization is having a checking account and an associated debit card, which is where my friends at Chime come in. Chime, found at chime.com/sacred, is an award-winning banking app and debit card, and its specialty is that it lacks some of the most basic banking fees known to man. No overdraft fees, no foreign transaction fees, no monthly fees, no service fees. You can get deeper and more sophisticated banking services elsewhere, yes, but for most of you, that's not necessary. A checking account will allow you to interact with the financial world around you, particularly with digital billing and purchasing. But if you're into cold hard cash, and who isn't, Chime users also gain access to more than 60,000 fee-free ATMs, found at convenient locations like 7-Eleven and Walgreens. And since we're always sending money back and forth, you'll no doubt be pleased to learn that you can send money from Chime to anyone you'd like, even if they aren't on Chime. Friends, it's time to get your financial house in order with the building block of a bank account and debit card. Let Chime be your shepherd. Make your first good decision of the new year and join more than 10 million people using Chime. Sign up only takes 2 minutes, and it doesn't affect your credit score. Get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/sacred. Again, to use Chime's suite of banking services, head to chime.com/sacred. Banking services provided by and debit card issued by the Bancorp Bank or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. Get fee-free transactions at any MoneyPass ATM in a 7-Eleven location and at any Allpoint or Visa Plus Alliance ATM. Otherwise, out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply. Sometimes Pay Anyone instant transfers can be delayed. The recipient must use a valid debit card or be a Chime member to claim funds. This is a little bit of a non sequitur, but I did want to read this from Greg Hanley. He says, hello, guys. I would love to hear you guys discuss more on what Colin mentioned on the main feed pod about being a completionist in open world games. As someone who can't stand to miss out on content, side quests, exploring every single inch of a map, etc., I too suffer from the decision between over-leveled for the main content and missing out on the extra content. One thing I've always loved about FromSoft games is there is no forced progression in leveling. For instance, for example, SL4 runs. What does that mean? Dustin.
SL4?
I don't know what the hell that means.
I don't know. Maybe I'm a fake fan.
SL4 runs. I can choose to explore all of the content and side quests without overpowering myself for the main content. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, and in terms of increased configuration for the player, perhaps the idea of disabling XP gains for side quests or exploration-related tasks. Thanks for the consistent entertainment and top-quality content, gentlemen. See, I think this can be solved by, in some way, not even tethering experience to doing tasks at all, or making the prize less and making fighting and doing other things giving you more experience. But I wanted to bring this up because I was curious if you guys play a similar way. Do you feel like you need to see or do everything? I mean, Dustin, it seems like from your experience with Horizon that you didn't feel the need to do everything and you're kind of going back secondary, while I couldn't imagine having beaten the game without doing everything first. Is this the way you usually play your open world games?
Yeah, I'm not a completionist at all when it comes to these games, because I find that when I do, it has the opposite effect for me than other people. And I just think it's a different way of preference. You know, a lot of people feel like if they don't do everything that they miss out. When I try to do everything, it burns me out on playing the game. So it depends on the game and how much I'm enjoying it. Elden Ring, I was as extensive. I don't want to say as extensive as I could be, but I was really trying to just do whatever I feel like doing. Whether that's exploring, whether that's doing side stuff, or trying to mainline it. I was just letting whatever I felt like doing go. But other games like Horizon, right now, I'm kind of only doing side stuff when I have to for leveling, and the side stuff has been somewhere between not bad, but either I don't care or actually pretty good. In fact, I think it's definitely leaning way more on the positive side of the side stuff, particularly in comparison to the first game. But yeah, I'm just not big on completionist stuff, other than platinum stuff. But even with Elden Ring, you can get the platinum and not even do anywhere near everything in the game. So it really just all depends.
Yeah, it's interesting that I accept that answer, but I find it to be contradictory in some sense of wondering if you even like open world games. Like,
I don't think I
them.
really do.
I don't think you do either, because I hear people say that, and that's totally fine. But I wonder, what is the point of the open world then? If you're not going to explore it, what is the point of playing in the open world? Just go play a linear game. If you could just take Horizon and just put it on a path, then that would have been a better game for you. You know,
Yes.
And I'm not saying that is or isn't Horizon, but
in Horizon's case, definitely.
Like, if so, I don't mind people I don't mind people playing however they want. It doesn't matter to me. But completionism, in some sense, like, I understand playing a linear Call of Duty or something, and you're not completing the game in the sense that you didn't get all the collectible intel. It's like, okay, but what is the point of playing Horizon if you're not going to do all the other things?
Right.
That's the whole point.
I don't know if it's the point. I mean, there's an amazing story connected to the main thing, and you don't need to know whether or not what's the something break, the town at the beginning of the game, what happens to them and their leader that's doing some shady shit. It's not required. I mean, it surely will enhance your view of the world in the game, but you can still enjoy the main story without doing any of that. I think that mainlining it and just doing the story stuff exclusively, I think it's definitely a way to play. It'll definitely lessen your experience. I'm not doing just that, but part of it also is just that I feel so compelled, often in these games, feel so compelled by the main story that I want to know what happens. So I Death Stranding was the worst example of that, and it really kind of tarnished my original playthrough of that. And I think it was because I was afraid of spoilers that I really started to just do the story towards the end. So I think it depends, really. I don't know. I mean, it's to each their own, I guess, on how they want to play. But
yeah, just an examination of your play style, nonetheless. Chris.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you're talking about it, because I was talking about this with like some friends of mine, where it's like, yeah, I think there was a time early on that I really enjoyed open world games. You know, like I really enjoyed things like Spider-Man 2 on the original Xbox, and things like Grand Theft Auto 4 and even things like Shadow of the Colossus, which I would consider to be an open world game, like absolutely, like it's a way smaller open world game, but things like that where it's like, wow, this is really fun and engaging, and I love this. And then at some point, and I think it was with Assassin's Creed, things really shifted, and open world games kind of started to follow a very specific template, and it was a template that I was not really on board on, and for years I was like, do I even like? There was a period of time where I was like, do I even like video games anymore? Because something's weird about the way this is happening. The way this is the way this particular game that I used to really, really dig has evolved on like a path that I think is just not at all what I wanted to see from that genre. And for a while, yeah, I would say that I didn't like open world games because I didn't like what was coming out of that genre. It was just like, hey, we're gonna build a really immersive world, but because we spent a lot of money on it, we don't want you to miss anything. So we're going to put signs everywhere. We're going to put like big diamonds in the sky, letting you know where to go. We're going to give you like a really, really, like a really convoluted map full of shit to do. And we're going to give you a little directory of what to do and like quest lines and like things, like specific things to do in a list, like a checkbox. And I remember thinking like, this feels less like a world and more like a theme park now. Like I'm being ushered from one, Harry Potter world, cool. Look, I'm in Gringotts. And then like all of a sudden I'm like off into this other place and I'm being shepherded there in very, very unnatural ways. Whereas I feel like in the earlier like pre-Assassin's Creed open world games, it was a little bit more up to your own devices. And you had things like points of interest for sure. And it definitely didn't have no waypoints or nothing. But it felt like the game got out of your way a little bit more, and it let the open world aspect of those games actually breathe a little bit and actually define themselves in ways that I feel Ubisoft kind of really didn't do for me. And I think that was one of the things with Elden Ring where I was like, oh, this is more along the lines of the direction that I wish open world games had evolved instead of the Ubisoft kind of evolutionary timeline that we have. And I feel like Horizon's one of those games where it's like, this is the best example of what that Ubisoft timeline could have resulted in, because it does have side stuff that is, for the most part, worth your time. It's not like tacked on random shit. Like even the stuff in Spider-Man, like when I platinum Spider-Man PS4, I don't think that really enhanced my enjoyment of it. Like I enjoyed the story and I was like, wow, that was a perfect length. Now let me fight that stupid millennial with the fucking what's that character? Oh my god, that radio show character with like the stream.
Oh,
in the DLCs or whatever. Oh my god, I can't remember her fucking name. But it was like just like these extra things that I was doing, and I was like, oh, I gotta find every single backpack, and like, I don't know if this is really enhancing my experience because these things feel a little bit tacked on, you know. Whereas Horizon, not a lot feels tacked on in comparison, to a lot of other open world games, which is the main problem with a lot of open world games. Where it's like you have the main focus of the budget, which is the story, and then you have like, oh, we got to keep people busy. Here's collect every statue of Christ in Assassin's Creed, and you're like, all right, how many of these? It's like 5,000. You're like, God Christ.
That's what
Especially
game design
early.
is, man. They build the world and then they try to figure out how many ways you can race through it and run around it and whatever they need you to do. And I do agree that generally speaking, Horizon did a really nice job of making the quests feel meaningful. And even though you're doing fetch quests and you're fighting robots and you're doing all these things, there's so much love and attention put into Horizon side quests. I couldn't help but do them. I was just so impressed with that. But I wanted to just touch base with you guys on that. And finally, before we get into the news, I wanted to touch base with one more thing. Anthony wrote into us and said, hello, chaps. So with the reviews for Stranger of Paradise coming out, and from what I'm seeing being somewhat good, if not great, is anyone feeling more excited about playing it? I, being a pretty big Final Fantasy fan for one, tried the demo last night, and I'll say I'm interested to play more, and I will. I think it looks quite dated. The dialogue has been about as bad as it seems, but the combat was fun. I've got Horizon to beat, Dying Light 2 to get to, and Elden Ring to attempt, but I feel Stranger of Paradise might be a nice side quest, if you will, for me in games when it arrives. Thanks for all the spiffing content. Thank you, Anthony. So yeah, I don't think Stranger of Paradise is getting great scores, but it's doing well, better than some would expect, maybe not as well as others would expect. I think it's in the low to mid 70s. So it's getting like some really good reviews and then some pretty poor reviews, but a lot of just mixed and middling reviews. I have no interest in this game. I think this game looks horrible, personally. I'm sure maybe it'll be fine, but Chris, are you going to explore this game at all? Is this anything you're interested in?
So I actually totally forgot to mention this. I did play the demo with a friend of mine, my friend Lyle, and I had a lot of fun with it. I don't think for the reasons that they necessarily anticipated, or maybe it is. I really don't know. It's really hard to nail down what the intention of this game is, because the story and the acting is so bad that I love it. Like, I love it. It reminds me of like something like The Room, where you watch it and you're like, this is real. Like, how is this real? Like, there's this whole monologue that I saw somebody like this whole monologue in the beginning of the game where they're meeting, all the characters are meeting for the first time, and it is the most stilted, awkward thing you've ever seen.
Is that when they all do the fist bump?
Yeah, when they all do the fist bump and they're like, your crystal's vibrating too. It's like, my crystal's cool. And it's like, I'm here to kill chaos. That's all I know. It's like, good, we're friends now. And then they like just do a fist bump, and I'm like, this is amazing. Everything about like the presentation story-wise is beyond dated. Like, I was talking to my friend, and it feels like a game from like 2007. Like a game from 2007 that like they forgot about, and it's like, oh, we have this game. Let's like put it out and like up-res everything. So it's like it's got this weird uncanniness where it's like it looks like a modern game sometimes, but it's presented in a way that you would expect like a 2007, 2008 JRPG of that time would present itself, even down to like the really poor filtering of focus. Like, there are some cutscenes where it'll cut to like, I don't know, some king, and he's like giving a line of dialogue, and the way he separates himself from the background is all like pixels, and the background is all pixelated and it's all fucked. And I don't know what to make of this game, because it's objectively poor in quality. Like, objectively speaking, even the gameplay, I was like, this is a cacophony. Like, this is like a mess. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know what they're trying to teach me. This dude's walking through a field listening to Frank Sinatra, who presumably exists in this universe. But it's like, it's very confusing.
That is
confusing. It is so bewildering that I can't help but be enamored by it. Like, I am captivated by how consistently befuddling it is. And that might be enough of a drive for me to pick it up and kind of see how far into it I can get. Because I think the gameplay is the biggest obstacle for me. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. The menu system is chaos. It's chaos. The menu system is chaos. The combo system is a little weird. The control schemes are a little, I don't know. It's not exactly fun to play, but my God, I have to see these performances. Because it's so funny. I think I might be in.
Well, good for you. That's totally acceptable. I can understand that. I've been in on many a game that I had no business being in on as well. So
yeah,
there's always something appealing about it. I could totally get that. To me, we're going to talk about actually Nomura later, but in the show. But my only problem with this is just the absurdity and the audacity to say like, this is Final Fantasy Origins. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's
what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? That's my whole takeaway from it. Is like, Final Fantasy Origins was a collection on PS1, but when you're using that name, Final Fantasy Origin, I feel like that really should mean something and actually be a very AAA, high production, expensive, thoughtful game. That's my only problem with it. Not that this exists as a spinoff of it in any sense, because there's been many good Final Fantasy spinoffs, some bad ones as well. Dustin, I'm curious what you make of this. Will you be playing it?
Not for a while. This is just a game that I could not stomach to spend full price on, just from a quality standpoint. But I do have the same level of intrigue that Chris has, where it's like one of those things that I think I gotta see at some point. And it is sad about the the Final Fantasy Origins. This is the game. I mean, Colin, you're right. Like, Final Fantasy is such an important series to you, no doubt. They do this Origin game. You expect greatness, and it's a bunch of edgelords created by the guy who made Kingdom Hearts.
It is so jarring to see people. It is so jarring to see these characters who are dressed like modern day people, like coming out of an H&M, talking to these like kingly figures, and just these like princesses in like ornate fantasy wedding gowns and shit, like who are just like sitting in fountains for no reason. It is a. I could see why if you really loved Final Fantasy, this would be wildly offensive.
I feel like
as like the idea that like this is what kicked everything off. These are how these like, you know, these iconic characters. This is how they met. They held a rock up to each other and fist bumped, and that's the core of their bond.
I was gonna say Garland is the bad guy in it. Or Garland's one of the characters in this, isn't it? So it's like, and Garland's the bad guy in the first Final Fantasy. So you're telling me that this is what happened? That again, I have no problem. Dirge of Cerberus, Crisis Core, whatever, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Chocobo Racing, whatever, but. Just don't call it Final Fantasy Origin. Let's leave a little bit of hope in that maybe in a Final Fantasy Origin story, there would be like a black mage, for instance, or I don't know, a sword that's not attached to a man that shopped, like you said, at H&M, which is fine. Shop at H&M.
No, yeah, I do too. But let me ask you something. Would you be, let's say at the end of this game, the main character goes, "It's time to kill chaos." And then he pulls out his MP3 player and Come Original.
Oh man,
then starts playing.
Then I'd have to be all over that, of course. The 1999 311 hit from their 5th studio record sound system. Yeah, that would be great. That would be not surprising either.
10 out of 10.
Yeah, then I'll be all over it. I'll have to recuse myself. All right, thank you for writing in, Anthony. All right, let's get into the news now. We're probably going to cut in here. We are recording right before the Hogwarts Legacy state of play. I don't know if there's anything to be said about this. I think it's possible that they might release the date. So I think we're going to want to cut in here with the number 1 for Hogwarts Legacy, and we'll go into it there, and then we'll continue. So cut. All right, number 1. We're recording this after the show's already over, but it's time. We see Hogwarts Legacy shown in a state of play for, I think, 12 or 13 minutes of gameplay. Confirmed in quotes for holiday 2022. I don't believe it, but we'll see. Coming to both PS4 and PS5, as we already know. Developed by Avalanche, published by WB, Portkey Games. All right, so I'm not going to pretend that I've said this before, I'm not a Harry Potter fan, but it's not for lack of trying or interest. I want to become a Harry Potter fan, and just to remind everyone, I said that this game, I feel like, has great potential to make me a Harry Potter fan or get me immersed in that world. And it makes you want to, read the books, and I read the first 3 books, but read them again and get caught up. This game has, just by what we've seen, has completely exceeded any expectation I have of what the game even was. I saw Rick Hogue on Twitter saying, a friend of the show, legal analyst, saying, lawyer, but our legal analyst, saying this game is ambitious. And I must say, this game is pretty incredible looking. If this all links up, and I think that there's something maybe pretty special here. So, Dustin, let's start with you. What did you think about Hogwarts Legacy, our first real look at it?
The word ambition was the first thing that I thought of as I was watching this gameplay, and I thought, it looks ambitious and good enough at this point that I'm almost skeptical about this game with how much stuff they showed off and how it overall looked good. You have to remember, not that Avalanche is, a low-tier developer by any means, but 2017 was their last game, Cars 3, Driven to Win. And then before that, their main thing was Disney Infinity, which, of course, Disney Infinity, a lot of people said was a really great game for people to play. I mean, adults liked it, but it was mainly kid-focused, of course, with its figures and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But not anything too crazy. And when I see this, I'm like, man, this seems like... this doesn't seem like a step up from those games. It seems like many, many steps up. In terms of both its scope, its graphical fidelity, stuff like that. And so, it's one of those things where it's like, it looked almost too good. Like, I feel like what's going to be wrong with this? And I think that the 2022 holiday is definitely questionable. But Chris,
Yeah, not committing to a date, I think is pretty telling. I mean,
right.
as I said, I didn't mean to report it. It was reported that I said it on a Sacred Symbols Plus episode, so it's out of the bag. But I wasn't really reporting it in much confidence. But I had heard from a trusted source that the game is not coming out this year. But it seems like maybe the intention is that it will, and I think that would be great. I mean, it looks awesome. I'm excited about it. Chris, what do you think about what we saw here of Hogwarts Legacy?
Yeah, man, I had to check myself in some way because I have some nostalgia for Harry Potter. Like I enjoyed the first few movies. I played the Chamber of Secrets on the original Xbox, which I thought was a fantastic movie-based game. Like it was like a genuinely like an astoundingly good game for no reason. And I played like some of the Game Boy Advanced. I think I played Game Boy Advanced Sorcerer's Stone. Like so I enjoyed Harry Potter when I was a kid, and I fell off of it, and I don't really think I hold much nostalgia for it now. But I was watching this, and I was like, this looks really impressive. And I had to think, like, is it like rose tinted? Am I like being colored in some way by the fact that I'm loosely associated with these things, and I'm seeing things that I kind of recognize? And I came away from it with the understanding that not at all. Like I kind of didn't feel any nostalgia at all as I was watching this, and it was just genuinely good. Like it looks awesome. Like graphically, it looks beautiful. I think it looks like the scope of it looks insane. The animation quality, particularly, is something that stands out to me. Just the way the magic is visualized, and some of the way some of the beasts and the wildlife interacts with you, and the fluidity and the style of the spell casting looks really cool. I could see this game getting a bit long in the tooth with certain things. I don't know how much I want. Like, there were certain gameplay moments that they showed off, like, oh, press X to drop a drop of whatever in a potion. I was like,
I noticed that too.
That
Yeah.
looks. I could see that being a bit of a tacked on. Like, I could see parts of this game being really, really not all that great, but the sheer scope of it and the exploration of it and the full realization of this world and just the scope of what they're doing and the way the combat looks and what appears to be a large variety of things to do, it looks genuinely next generation. I understand why this is a PS5 game. I'm just really impressed by it. And I didn't think I would be. I thought this was going to be a very, very quick thing. I thought we were going to be like, all right, they showed it off. It looks like a Harry Potter game, but it doesn't. It genuinely does look a lot more. It looks like almost like a single player MMO, if that makes sense. Is kind of how I was looking at it. Where it's like, this is a huge game.
It seems very activity heavy.
Yeah,
which is cool. It's worth noting it is going to be on PS4 too. We just didn't see it.
Oh,
and
is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But we didn't see it on PS4. And obviously this was all PS5. And they made it pretty clear. There's a lot of text in the beginning about how it's, some gameplay and some cutscene stuff. But I'm impressed. I am interested and down and excited. And I love that. I think we might have already known this, but I love that it takes place in the 19th century. I just think that is very cool.
Yeah.
So it disassociates you from most of the Harry Potter, mythology that we know of in terms of characters and professors and all of that kind of stuff, but it keeps the kind of fundamentals. So maybe it's a game I can go into and learn about Harry Potter and use that knowledge to help me better understand the books when I read them, for instance. So I'm glad that this is happening. I'm glad we got to see it. I hope it makes that 2022 release date for PS4 and PS5. Sam Croce did write into us though on Patreon. He says something that we have to bring up. He says, "Greetings, manlets. The usual suspects." First of all, I'm 6 feet tall, so let's be careful. The usual suspects have already begun to circle the wagons on Hogwarts Legacy in regards to its problematic legacy and returns in regards, to series creator J.K. Rowling, with companies like Kinda Funny stating they will not cover the game. What is going underreported, however, is that the developers have gone out of their way to placate those who are upset by previously publicly decrying Rowling's beliefs, and I always say her name wrong, and stating that their character creator will feature various options for gender. Why isn't this enough? Why is no concession made ever enough? By all accounts, the developers seem like decent people, and I cannot wait for the chance to get my hands on the game. So it's worth noting that you can feel however you want about the game, and you can make your purchasing decisions based on your proximity to how you feel about JK's words or lack thereof. no one has still to this day been able to show me anything that she says that I'm supposed to be offended by. I mean, I've said that before. I put that out there. That's my personal take on it. I know other people are offended, but I'm not seeing it. And I'm any advocate for women, which she is I think a great role model for other women and girls, and I'm totally down with that. But if she's controversial to you, then just don't buy or enjoy or support the product. We're going to cover the product on here, and I'm not going to speak for Dustin or Chris, who can play whatever they want. I don't care what they play. I'm going to play this game. So we'll have something to say about it. And I don't necessarily think it's appropriate or inappropriate to determine the politics of the creator who's nebulously not even really involved in this product. And it kind of ultimately just hurts the audience who's interested in the game. So we're not going to take that tack. That's the buck stops with me on that one.
That's kind of how I feel about it too, where it's like, look, even if she was like one of the most reprehensible people on the planet, she's a billionaire. She's fine. Like, the thing is, it's like she is not going to be harmed by Hogwarts Legacy being boycotted at all. The only people who are going to suffer from it are the developers who have done nothing fucking wrong. And like the creative team behind this game, which is just all J.K. Rowling did was create the foundation for what this is based on. She has no, like, it's not like she's like a lead dev or she's like a founder of the company. This is just a bunch of people, hardworking developers working on something that they think is cool. And by the way, it looks awesome.
It does.
It's like one of the most ambitious things I think I've ever seen out of especially a studio like Avalanche. I did not anticipate something of this quality and of this breadth to come out from that studio. Again, not to talk down to the studio. It's just like from just basic, just a basic acknowledgement of their prior work. It's like, this is a leagues above and beyond what they're doing. And to write off ambition in this space just because it's tangentially related to a person who you disagree with, I just don't understand. It does not hurt J.K. Rowling to boycott this game. She is loaded and will forever be.
Yeah, she has fuck you money. And I really do think part of her survival societally in terms of what's going on with her is that most people agree with her. I just think that that's the underlying thing, is just that if you were saying something truly catastrophic, no matter how much money you made, you'd be finished. And I think that the things that we're supposed to purportedly be offended about, I think most people are not offended about. And I think that also helps her. So let's not get confused about the magnification of the internet on all issues, because I just don't think that J.K. Rowling is as controversial or has said controversial things like people pretend that she has and has said. And I know some people disagree with that, and that's fine.
Yeah,
but I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, I've not even looked into it, but like from where I'm coming from, it's like, even if it was the most reprehensible shit, it's like she has nothing to do with this game.
Yeah, you're right, but I assure you, it's not. But also, I'm assuring you, it's not.
Right?
You know me. Mm-hmm. I think I'm fair.
Yeah.
I just think that, there's a lot of mixed messages, a lot of gray area. I don't think she's the enemy. And certainly she's not going to be the enemy on this show, and the game's not going to be the enemy on this show. If it sucks, we'll tell you. But it's not going to have anything to do with her. So,
yeah.
And the greatness of the game will have nothing to do with her, too, by the way.
Exactly.
Right.
So if people want to learn more about the development of the game and kind of some of the people that worked on it, I did a Sacred Symbols Plus episode with Troy Levitt, who was a very controversial designer on the game on Sacred Symbols Plus, and we made that free for all on YouTube, so you can go check that out. Dustin, do you have any closing comments before we move back into the news?
I think the thing that I just want to add about the J.K. Rowling situation is just that I think that it is important to say, if you have a gut feeling, if you have if you feel like it's not right for you to support and buy this game, I think you should do that. I think people should stick to their convictions.
You should always do that.
Right. Yeah. So I want to say that, but at the same time, it's just like, I've seen people, I saw a tweet, which I understand that I'm probably viewing one of the most extreme people on Twitter, but someone saying that supporting this game is supporting trans violence and stuff like that. And I'm like, again, I think it was in this show we talked about the whataboutisms, and I don't want to be that guy, but it's like, there are so many worse targets in the industry that you should, like we talked about Saudi Arabian money in games, stuff like that. Not necessarily a trans related thing, but, having fucking a picture of Stalin on your wall, one of the world's worst mass murderers in the world. Maybe that's something that should be really concerned about. Stick to your convictions, but just think. I don't know.
Chris, closing comments.
I think it looks cool, and I'm really curious, and I will play it.
Yeah, agreed. On all those fronts, I totally agree. I think it looks great and super excited about it. Congratulations to Avalanche and to WB for finally showing everyone. And we will anticipate holiday 2022, or my prediction, February 2023. But hopefully holiday 2022 will be met, and that would be awesome. Wonderful game to spend a Christmas with. So yeah, looks great. All right, now we've recorded the rest of the show, so we'll get back into the news. Number 2, as first reported on this very podcast only a month or so ago, 2K Games and horror studio Supermassive are collaborating on a new horror project, and it's due out far sooner than any of us thought. It's called The Quarry, and it's a game much in the vein of the 2015 PS4 exclusive hit Until Dawn, which Supermassive launched with Sony as publisher after a long gestation period. It takes place in upstate New York, where a group of camp counselors at so-called Hackett's Quarry, quote, have the camp to themselves for one final night. That means no kids, no adults, and no rules. In this thrilling cinematic tale, you control the fates of all 9 camp counselors as their party plans unravel into an unpredictable night of horror, end quote. Like Until Dawn, The Quarry pulls in some real-life, somewhat well-known actors, perhaps most notably in the form of David Arquette. Now, as we reported here on Sacred Symbols a while ago, The Quarry was originally a project Supermassive was doing with Google Stadia, and it was slated to be a Stadia exclusive. However, with the collapse of the platform, Supermassive was able to get with Take-Two and its 2K publishing imprint to get the game out on multiple platforms. It comes to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on June 10th. Supermassive, once best known for its smaller PlayStation-aligned projects on PS3, PS4, and PSVR, hit pay dirt with the aforementioned 2015 horror game Until Dawn. At that point, the team largely pivoted, working on a still-running series of horror games alongside publisher Bandai Namco in the form of the Dark Pictures anthology, which began in 2019. It still continues today, and that project is likewise set to persist, even beyond the original 8-game deal the two sides signed in the mid-2010s. So, yes, Colin was right. But beyond that entire thing, who cares? It is great to see what I would interpret as a return to Until Dawn with this game. Now, I think there are certain studios that Sony let walk maybe a little prematurely. I think FromSoft and Demon Souls is obviously a notable example of that, right? Sony could have nailed Dark Souls and all those things down forever, but they didn't see it. In fact, as we know and we've said many times and lamented, Atlas published Demon Souls in the West because they didn't even think the Western audiences would like it at all. They were totally wrong about that. I think they were wrong to a lesser extent about the potential of Supermassive. There's something really awesome about Until Dawn. That's a really good game. And there's something, it accepts what horror is, what horror film is, what the whole shtick is. Teens and silly situations and sex and over-the-top slasher stuff and whatever. And I think Until Dawn was a very... I'm sorry?
No, and Wendigos.
Oh, and Wendigos, of course. And I feel like Until Dawn really threaded the needle well. I think it was a really good game. And Until Dawn wasn't enough, I don't think, critically or commercially, for them to convince Supermassive to continue to work with them on a game like that, which is why they went to Bandai Namco and they're doing the Dark Pictures anthology, although we got some VR stuff of questionable quality from Supermassive after that. But I feel like if The Quarry is any good, and it's coming out soon, I mean, it's coming out in June, which is awesome. I think it's a great time to release it. And I feel like if we see a game here that's as successful critically and in what it tries to do as Until Dawn, I can't help but wonder if Sony let a little micro niche out of their ecosystem, which is teen horror, party game, something you play with your friends, something that's highly replayable, streamable. I feel like they kind of missed out. And so from that perspective, I think this game is especially interesting. Chris, let's go to you first. What do you think of The Quarry? Did you watch the trailer? What do you make of the approach?
It looks cool. I think my thing is, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, because I mean, Supermassive has been putting out these Dark Pictures games and they haven't necessarily been super well received.
Sure.
They haven't really been like smash hits in the way that Until Dawn was when it came out. So like, did Sony miss out on a really talented studio? Possibly. I think this is probably, I don't know, man. We talked about Platinum in a recent episode and how inconsistent their their release quality has been, and how like they'll release like 10 out of 10, and then 2 7s, and then like a 4, and then they'll go back to a 10, and like I feel like Supermassive is not necessarily that bad or that inconsistent, but like they did put out Until Dawn, which was like a massive success, and then everything after that has been kind of like middling. So I think if this game turns out well, then there might be there could be an argument there that there is maybe a cadence of quality there that could have been leveraged if under the right guidance over at Sony, that maybe they couldn't get on their own. But I'd be hard pressed to say anything until I see the reviews for this thing or play it myself.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Because there are things, I mean, everybody was excited for these Dark Pictures games, and they just, I don't know. Man of Medan, I played a little bit of it, and I just, I didn't get it.
I will say that I agree with you. The Dark Pictures stuff hasn't panned out, but I also think, or not to the extent that maybe people had hoped, but I would also suggest that Sony would have never had them doing something like that. It was an approach, right? Like, can we extract a new game every year at a kind of an A rate? They're not, I don't think $60 games, are they? I think they're $40 games.
Yeah.
And so I just think that that's kind of like an experiment. It seems to be working because they trademarked a bunch of new ones, but I would have been interested in like what a studio that was making one game for 5 years would have come up with after Until Dawn. And I think that was the bigger disappointment. But I think that you're right. First of all, it's important to note Until Dawn was made under some duress. It was a PS3 game originally. It was a Move game originally. There was a lot of things that changed along the way. And as we said too, Supermassive made some pretty bad games actually on PSVR. So, and I don't think the Until Dawn game is even the bad game on there. I actually think more it's like the Bravo Team and the Impatient or whatever the hell those games are called.
Oh yeah, Bravo Team.
So, Dustin, talk to me about the Quarry. Are you looking forward to it?
I am intrigued by it, but I have to agree with Chris in that I think Supermassive has an uphill battle with this game. And I think one important thing to just bring up when you think about people outside our, sphere, people that maybe just go out and buy a game that looks interesting, or they read a little something and then move on, is that, as you said, the Dark Pictures games are reduced price, right? Like $30, $40, I think, at launch. I just looked, you can pre-order the Quarry right now at Best Buy. If you get the PS4 version, it is $60, and if you get the PS5 version, it is $70.
$70, yeah.
So I think that this game, maybe if the Dark Picture anthology didn't exist, there wouldn't be a reason to question the quality and length of the price tag. But since they've put out those middling, smaller titles, you got to look at this and be like, well, if this is this just a slightly longer Dark Pictures game that we're going to pay twice as much for? And also, will it be a longer Dark Picture game that is of the same quality? I think those are fair questions to ask. And why I think the biggest thing, like Chris said, is that this is one that I would wait to see what the reviews say, because I don't think, as good as Until Dawn was and how much fun we had with that game, Supermassive hasn't earned this quite yet to just I would say that basically any game hasn't earned your pre-order until a review or two, but especially in this case, I would say.
Yeah, I'm not going to pull the trigger until I see how it does, I guess, and maybe see a little bit more of the game. But I will say, having not played the Dark Pictures games, but having watched the trailers for each of them, this just seems like Until Dawn. And it's not just the teens, and it's the whole controlling each of them and the different. It seems like a spiritual successor. I think a lot. I think that's easy to say.
That's IGN's headline.
Oh,
yeah.
So I don't know if that's part of a press release they got or if that's something they wrote. But IGN. Supermassive Games has officially revealed The Quarry, a spiritual successor to Until Dawn. So
right on.
Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, the cast is kind of interesting.
Yeah, David Arquette. I mean, David Arquette, of course, has real horror movie bona fides, so that's interesting to see him in there.
Yeah,
but
I know Ariel Winter, I think, is from that fucking Modern Family. Justice Smith is from Detective Pikachu, and Brenda Song from all those Disney things. It's like a really interesting. Seeing Brenda Song ripped open by a monster would be interesting.
Well, you
because that's like a Disney. That's like she's like a Disney person, so it'd be like very bizarre.
You may just
But
see
this
that.
is I mean, it's cool. I'm interested, but at the same time, I'll wait to see.
All right, number 3. Let's talk about Elden Ring again. Elden Ring isn't only a critical smash hit, but a commercial one too. Word from publisher Bandai Namco is that Elden Ring has surpassed 12 million copies sold between its launch on February 25th and March 14th, a few days before we're recording. This includes sales across all platforms, digitally and at retail. There's not much else of interest to say here, other than that an interesting sentence stapled to the end of Bandai Namco's press release. Quote, "Please look forward to more Elden Ring as an IP, characters, and other intellectual properties," in parentheses, in hopes of expanding beyond the realm of games, end quote. Announced during E3 in 2019, Elden Ring was developed by From Software and directed by Soulsborne auteur Hidetaka Miyazaki. While FromSoft began the Souls-like series and subsequent genre with Demon's Souls, a Sony-published PS3 exclusive from 2009, Sony didn't even see the game through the proper lens. Indeed, it didn't even opt to publish the game outside of Japan, leaving Atlus to do so. This allowed FromSoft to take the formula to another publisher, Bandai Namco, which allowed it to nurture the Dark Souls trilogy between 2011 and 2016 across both PS3 and PS4. Of course, FromSoft and Sony briefly reunited for a beloved PlayStation 4 exclusive game Bloodborne, and Sony-owned port studio Bluepoint remade the original Demon's Souls for PlayStation 5's launch in 2020. Interestingly, FromSoft has no announced games following Elden Ring, so it's unclear in which direction they may go next, or with whom as a partner, having worked with Sony, Capcom, and Activision in addition to Bandai Namco in recent years. Daniel Kahn wrote in and said, "Hi all. Given Elden Ring's massive commercial and critical success and the video game industry's need to mercilessly copy everything remotely successful, what aspects of Elden Ring do you think developers will copy and adapt into other open-world RPGs in the future?" The success is through the roof, Dustin, so I'm wondering, do you think Elden Ring is going to have some sort of... Well, first of all, how do you feel about those sales? And second of all, how do you feel about the potential of effect that this game will have? Because this is a massive seller. This is a as we'll talk about next in the MPDs, this is just an absolute substantial success story. I would have never, ever guessed this. And I don't know that anyone would have. I don't know. I don't know how this happened. It's very interesting.
I think there's a bunch of factors that led to this kind of explosion. I mean, coming off of Sekiro, which won Game of the Year by many outlets, but as far as a public-facing one, the Game Awards, it won Game of the Year. And then, in addition, you have the extended delays and the just like, for better or for worse, the hype machine behind it and the re-reveal was a really exciting thing for a lot of people, that I think people see that level of excitement, and that shows that maybe that's something they should be interested in too. And so I think that kind of all was building towards this. And so I'm, seeing the success is awesome. I'm really curious if in the next few weeks or even now, if we'll see Elden Ring physical copies start to stack up at GameStop. Maybe they'll get sold quickly to someone who's trying to save some money. But when you see 12 million copies sold, and then there's people that Colin, like you, initially maybe tried to fight the Tree Sentinel and then said, this is not for me, and then bounced off it. Maybe
the trophies tell the
not.
tale, dude. The trophies tell the tale.
Yeah.
A lot of people are not playing this game. Like,
right.
I think I got to the keep or whatever, like that random safe spot after I died once, and that's like 78%. So
right.
you're already losing 1 out of 5 before you even get to the hub. And then I think something like only half have beaten the first boss.
Yeah.
So definitely, it reminds me a lot. It's a stupid example, but when 311 put out the song Amber, which is like very popular, I can't imagine how many people bought that record from Chaos expecting that that's the way they sound, because they don't. And I wonder if maybe a similar thing will happen here where people are buying it unaware.
I will say the other thing I just wanted to comment on is that this quote about please look forward to more of Elden Ring as an IP.
Right. This is what I wanted to ask you about. Yeah. How you feeling about this cross media?
So I think that people should, hold your horses here for a minute, because I think that a lot of people, they're thinking of some of the language Sony has used as far as like the Uncharted movie franchise, and expect more, or like instantly the thought goes to movies and TV. I think that's in some ways justifiable, but overall, I don't know if they're necessarily mean that broad of scope. If you look at Dark Souls, there's Dark Souls comics, there's Dark Souls board games. There was a Bloodborne board game. There's a
Right, that's
Bloodborne
right.
comic. There is outside gaming stuff that's not necessarily movies. And so I'm sure that they are definitely looking at that. Who knows, though? I'm sure that if somebody came to Bandai Namco and was willing to put up a bunch of money for a movie, there's a high possibility that they would say yes to it. So I'm not saying that's off the table, but I don't know if that's necessarily the first thing that we should jump to.
Yeah, you're right, but I don't know why they would say that either. To me, it seems like they're looking at Halo on Paramount Plus. They're looking at Witcher on Netflix and Resident Evil on Netflix, and they're looking around. They're saying, "Well, we have George Martin. I mean, he's not going to do shit, just like he probably didn't do shit with this game, but we're going to attach his name to it, just like John Milius's name was stapled to Homefront. They pretended, THQ pretended he fucking wrote it. So I feel like there's some intent there. Like Elden Ring, I think, has value in that sense, just because of the nexus of video game popularity with cross media and this mainstream fantasy writer. But I don't know for sure. Just something to point out nonetheless. Chris, how are you feeling about the sales numbers, and what do you think about the future of this kind of game, and what you might want to see from this cross media? There's lots to talk about here. I will say, Elden Ring to me almost splits the genre in two, because now there's going to be Soulsborne games that are like more linear, and then I think open world Soulsborne games. And maybe those kinds of games already exist, but I feel like Elden Ring is kind of an evolution. It's one of the evolutionary chain links. Just like I think Demon Souls was, and maybe like a couple of the others, but like I don't think Dark Souls 3 was one of those chain links. I think that this is one of those chain links. So anyway, go on. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would hope to God that this kind of shakes up the industry a little bit. I hope to God people are looking at this game and saying like, wow, look at this primarily single player, non-live service game that has a shit ton of content in it on launch, on release. Look at how well it's doing. Like I hope to God that people see that and be like, oh, maybe we don't have to like do the bare minimum and make these really trite open world games that don't have any real purpose to it. I feel like if this game doesn't redefine the way some companies look at the way that they're making open world games, I would be absolutely shocked. I think there was reason to believe that Breath of the Wild would have done that because the critical acclaim that game came across. And it's a very similar story, by the way. Very similar approaches to game design, where it's like Breath of the Wild is very similar. It has a quest log, but it doesn't bombard you with it. It doesn't, there's not millions of waypoints. You have to make your own, and it's very much like here's a world and you're let loose on it, and you're finding NPCs and you're just, it's very hands off. And that game was a massive success to the point where it kind of overshadowed the conversation. I think the reason why games didn't necessarily follow Breath of the Wild is because that game was isolated on Switch, and it wasn't necessarily competing directly with all these other titles. But now they have something like Elden Ring that's available everywhere. That isn't even held back by the Switch's like menial power. Like it's not even like a situation where like, oh, this game would be cool if I could run it on a PC at max settings or play it on a proper console. Instead, it's like stuck on this handheld that can barely render anything. This is like a full, beautiful game that is like well crafted, packed with content to the point where like I can't even believe it, dude. Like I'm playing through this game. I'm like 55 hours in or something, and I'm still like, there's entire sections of the map that I'm like, it's this big? This is a lot of content. And it just, I just hope that maybe because this is directly competing now with other open world games and people on the same console ecosystem are now going to be able to look back and forth between like, hey, here's Elden Ring, and hey, here's like, God forbid, whatever poor son of a bitch comes out with an open world game after this, who is without a doubt going to get Elden Ring comparisons. That redefines the way people look at things, and maybe like, hey, maybe we don't need to bombard the player with all this useless information. Maybe we don't need to, slap 5,000 waypoints on the map at the very fucking start of the game. Maybe we can actually make things that are captivating without you having to press a button to highlight what's captivating about it. And I'm not saying I want every game to be exactly like Elden Ring. I'm not saying that like, some waypoint system isn't a reasonable thing to do, or maybe like some games demand more storytelling than Elden Ring does, and like fair enough. But like they're doing something right here, and the numbers aren't lying. I'm sure a lot of people are being put off by the difficulty, but there's a lot of people, I'm telling you, who are also diving into a game like this way more than they ever have. I'm one of those people. I never really dived into Dark Souls because it was too hard. And this game has completely grabbed me, and it's grabbed a lot of other people. My mom asked me about this game. She's not going to play it. She can't play Portal. But the fact that my mom and like people like my accountant were asking me, it's like, have you heard about this Elden Ring thing? There's no reason why they've never talked about games like that.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Or even mentioned them to me.
I think Elden Ring got some really interesting pre-release coverage in certain, very wisely, Bandai Namco. Those guys are really great over there. I think they had something maybe in like GQ, something in USA Today, stuff like that. I think that's kind of seeded. That kind of coverage has kind of seeded them, because the stuff like our shows will always tell you about the games, but these other places are widening it. And I have to say, you brought up difficulty. As we kind of get out of this topic, I want to say that what I take heart in the most about Elden Ring's success is that people, now we said some people don't know what they're getting into, but I think generally speaking, people know what they're getting into and they want it. And that's intriguing in an industry where I think games overall are getting much easier, and where I think people, including me, I talk about it all the time with puzzles and stuff, that just don't really want to be challenged very much, or they want the challenge to be something they can really wrap their minds around. This game challenges you in many different ways, and it insists that you do it. And I think that that's like really attractive. I think that the problem is anyone trying to copy this is going to be 5 years late. And FromSoft will have moved on to doing something else by the time someone else tries to truly replicate something like this. And I still feel like I like Elden Ring's approach. I don't personally want it to change. I know people really like it. I'm not trying to say anything like that, but I would like something more in the middle, personally. Something that's a little more ambiguous, but don't leave me out here hanging forever. That, to me as a gamer, I like the adventure, but just give me a little something to work with. That's my only, well, it's not my only complaint, but that's a complaint. So we'll keep an eye on this, but Elden Ring, congratulations to FromSoft. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think that this is the best-selling Souls game already, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I think Dark Souls 3 was previously the best-selling one.
Yeah, 12 million in 3 weeks is certainly, like, absolutely. Because I think Dark Souls as a franchise has sold 27 million to date, I think. Yeah, that's crazy. I was reading.
That's unbelievable. So
yeah, it's wild.
Now this raises, for PlayStation fans, this does raise some exit. Let's not call them questions, but exit considerations, which is what's going on with Bluepoint and what's Sony's plan with Bloodborne, and is Sony trying to court From? And we have to talk about FromSoft being a really attractive acquisition target. I'm somewhat surprised Bandai hasn't just locked them down, but maybe they want to be free, and I don't blame them. They can do whatever they want, and I think every publisher wants to work with them at this point. I'd be interested to see them working with Xbox, just because that'll make people's heads explode. All right, other sales stuff to get into. Number 4, we know Elden Ring has sold exceptionally well, but with numbers from the NPD group, we can now put them in the context. The NPD group, of course, is the American organization that tracks hardware and software sales in the US, the world's biggest core gaming market. And they confirm Elden Ring is huge. In addition to, not surprisingly, being the best-selling game of the year so far, it's also the 5th best-selling game of the last 12 months, going all the way back to March of 2021. It did this in only 4 days on the market, as NPD tracks monthly, and Elden Ring launched on February 25th. Not surprisingly, Horizon Forbidden West, which launched just days before Elden Ring, slotted in second, counting sales across both PS4 and PS5. Other notable games include Dying Light Stay Human at 4, Miles Morales at 11, the Grand Theft Auto trilogy at 16, and Far Cry 6 at 18. Horizon is the 3rd best-selling game of the year in the US so far, with Dying Light 2 6th on that list, Miles Morales at 10, Far Cry 6 at 17, and Battlefield 2042 at 20. Reduced only to sales on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, the following games were the top 10 in the US for February: Horizon Forbidden West, Elden Ring, Dying Light 2 Stay Human, Call of Duty Vanguard, Madden NFL 22, Miles Morales, FIFA 22, Ghost of Tsushima, Call of Duty, Black Ops Cold War, and NBA 2K22. Now, the success of Horizon over Elden Ring on PlayStation is not a huge surprise. I saw Elden Ring's numbers wherein PC accounts for +3 over PS4 plus PS5 combined, meaning more people are playing on PC than there are even on PlayStation consoles, which is
So
a crazy
unfortunate.
turn of fortune for that series. It's a PC series.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
And
And
you think they would
I'm
put
sorry.
more time into that PC port is all I'm saying.
Yeah, you think so?
Did you see
Yeah.
Valve went and fixed it? Like it runs better. Well, I shouldn't say it runs better. It runs more consistent without stuttering on Steam Deck now because Valve went in and straight up did some of their stuff with Proton and fixed it. It's just incredible. Amazing.
Number 5, Sony has revealed the most downloaded games on the PlayStation Store as they do each month, this time for the month of February. As always, these statistics represent digital game sales and don't also reflect physical sales. On PlayStation 5, the month's biggest game was Elden Ring, followed by Horizon Forbidden West, Dying Light 2, Sifu, and Cyberpunk 2077. Other notable games on the list include Miles Morales at 8, Call of Duty Vanguard at 9, It Takes Two at 10, Among Us at 14, Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach at 15, Ghost of Tsushima at 16, and King of Fighters 15 at 19. Over on PS4, the top 3 are much the same: Elden Ring, Horizon Forbidden West, and Dying Light 2. Other notable games there include Sifu at 7, Red Dead Redemption 2 at 9, Horizon Zero Dawn at 10, God of War at 14, Miles Morales at 16, Uncharted the Nathan Drake Collection at 17, and Witcher 3 Wild Hunt at 18. The PSVR list is as static as ever, while the free-to-play charts are also predictable. Fortnite, Apex Legends, and Call of Duty Warzone were PS4 and PS5's most downloaded free-to-play games for the month. Now, this is interesting. I'm just going to touch on this briefly before we move on, but on PSN, on both PS4 and PS5, Elden Ring outsold Horizon. All right, so we know that Elden Ring outsold Horizon digitally. But on NPD combined sales, Horizon on PS4 and PS5 only outsold Elden Ring, which means more people are buying Horizon physically than they are Elden Ring. Just a little piece of deductive reasoning. Number 6. New Japanese trademarks indicate Silent Hill is indeed in the works, as reported by website Video Games Chronicle. This new Silent Hill's trademark is for nebulous game software related and unrelated uses, and comes in addition to new trademarks for old Konami arcade-era games like Gradius and Frogger. Now, trademarks are updated all the time, as noted by the website, but this very website also relayed word, just late last year, that Konami was very much pursuing projects out of 3 very specific franchises, arguably its biggest 3: Metal Gear, Castlevania, and Silent Hill. VGC notes that Castlevania will likely go first, with a new internally developed game, while Metal Gear Solid is underway at the developer Virtuous. And some people think that's MGS3, actually. Multiple Silent Hill games are en route as well, one apparently from Polish horror developer Bloober, most recently responsible for The Medium. Silent Hill has been dormant since the PlayStation 3 era, with an HD collection launched in 2012, alongside the last mainline game, Downpour, which launched the same year. 2012 also saw the launch of Book of Memories, a Vita exclusive from WayForward. Castlevania has been dormant for nearly as long, with the most recent release in 2014, though it has received several awesome collections since, while Metal Gear was last visited in 2015, unless you count the ill-fated one-off, 2018's Metal Gear Survive. As promised earlier in the show, we would talk again about Konami. Chris, let's go to you first on this. More percolations of Silent Hill. Now, we know this is coming. I think the only question we have now is how many Silent Hill games are going to come out. Maybe 2, maybe 3. I think the only thing we know is it's not 1. How do you feel about this and kind of VGC's, reminding us Metal Gear's coming, Castlevania's coming, these collections are coming. Obviously, we announced last week and talked about the announcement of the TMNT Cowabunga collection, which is Konami. Konami's coming back. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What do you think?
It's interesting. It's interesting to me that I remember when Metal Gear Survive came out, and I just thought like that was like the end.
Remember when I bought that?
I just thought like, yeah. Is it still wrapped?
Yeah. I never played
it. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, I know if Bloober is making one, like I don't know what that's exactly gonna be. Like, what do you like? Would they be in charge of like? Do you think this is gonna be like a collection type deal?
No, I think Bloober is making. I can imagine that Bloober is going to make a more walking sim type horror Silent Hill game. That's my prediction. And then I think that Silent Hill will be made somewhere else, maybe even by Kojima. as like a real Silent Hill game. I mean, that's kind of the dream scenario. But
That would be
it's
the dream
unclear. And the
scenario.
Castlevania and Metal Gear stuff haven't even been officially confirmed. They're just, rumored. All, reported.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely more interested in Metal Gear. Like Silent Hill, God bless it, I remember having a lot of... I remember being at like a friend's house and seeing him play Silent Hill, and it scared the shit out of me. I don't know if it would have that same effect now if I played those same games today. But I do think horror is one of those genres that are... I think it was like a really strong point in like the early 2010s when you had like this like really big boom of indie stuff, especially on PC. You had like these like I remember like I think I'm Dot Scared or something, or Five Nights at Freddy's obviously was like massive. Outlast, things like that kind of exploded on this. Amnesia, like that was like a really big renaissance for horror on PC, I think. And then ever since then, it's been kind of like we had obviously like Resident Evil 2 remake, which was like great, but very few. Resident Evil's really been carrying that torch for a while, and they've really been the only ones doing it. So the idea of seeing Silent Hill again, I've seen some people say like, "Oh, do we really need Silent Hill?" I would say, yeah. Like why wouldn't you want this storied IP back and like having a proper horror franchise again? I think it's very, very valuable. So I'm excited about that, but I'm so pinpoint focused on the Metal Gear stuff because I want to see what the hell that's going to be.
Me too. The rumor, the rumors are pretty persistent that it's a remake of MGS3, which I think is sensical in a way because that is the first Metal Gear game or Metal Gear Solid game in the timeline. But I don't know why you would go to that one before you would do the others, especially the first one is iconic, the PS1 original, and again it was remade for GameCube, but it was remade so soon after that could use just. I would love to see Psycho Mantis and Vulcan Raven and all those guys in PS5.
Especially, I wonder how they would handle that Psycho Mantis fight now that method of input is very different.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
But
maybe you have to plug in like a different controller or something, which would be kind of cool.
I just feel like it's one of those things where it's like the first one needs a remake the most. I think 2 and 3 are dated, but they're entirely playable. I played 2 really for the first time just a year or two ago on Vita, and I beat that whole thing, and I really enjoyed it thoroughly. And I'm having a similarly fine time with MGS3, like whenever I go back and play a little bit of it. 1, though, is painful to play.
Yeah, it is.
Like pain, like it gives hernia inducing
tank controls
to play that game. Tank controls to the degree, and it's tank controls, and also like you're squinting trying to like sharpen the image, and it's like, oh no, you can't do it because this is what it just looked like. That game needs a remaster more than any of the other ones. So if they are going back to Metal Gear Solid 3 first, that would be confusing to me. But
yeah, that only would make sense to me if their entire idea is like we're just going to remake the games in the order that they took place in, and
the chronology would make sense.
And it's interesting, Dustin. I'm curious what you make of this. The Kojima rumors won't really die. Well, remember that PT was supposed to be, was a PlayStation exclusive and was gonna be a continuation of Silent Hill. That obviously went away, but I feel like there's no wiser move Sony can make than to just keep this going and try to get with Konami on these games if they want. From their perspective, I think that would be very wise. And there are rumors and there are pictures that, and now this can mean anything, but that Kojima has been at Sony Santa Monica's capture like warehouse for motion capture, which they rent out and other first parties use it too. But that can mean something as well. And I feel like I just want Konami to talk. They're being very patient, which I totally respect. But I'm wondering what you make of all this.
Yeah, I hope that overall that Konami can somewhat shift gears in that they kind of were. I'm specifically thinking of Contra Rogue Core, that weird Contra game.
Yeah, I bought that.
Yeah. And then, they talk about Bloober Team, which, the medium was not so hot. And so I want them to have a quality focus for bringing back these IP, because these games mean a lot to many, many people, and a lot is riding on how you bring them back. And I would just hate to see the opportunity squandered by not working with the absolute top tier partners. And I'm not trying to shit on Bloober Team because it's, who knows, maybe they'll hit it out of the park, but it definitely wouldn't have been my first choice for a game like this. And you look at Rogue Core, which is just like, why even make that game? Which it's funny, I just looked that up. That game was apparently developed by Toy Logic, which made my my beloved Nier Replicant.
Yeah.
Well, they did the remaster remake or whatever, but still, it's unfortunate. But it's like I said, it's a big opportunity to bring these back, do it right. Hopefully, our either the rumor mill, whether it's based in some reality or if it's based on wishful thinking, the idea of working with Kojima, working with PlayStation, or honestly, just working with somebody that will do it right would be good. That'd be a good first step in the right direction. And I want to be optimistic, but based on the little that we do know and the little bit of recent history, it's hard to be optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, what they would need to do is, finding Virtuous and Bloober as your partners doesn't show a lot of wisdom, but what they need to do is they need to go to one of the first parties or one of the big publishers and just kind of say, we'll put our money where our mouth is, and we'll do this together and find the requisite talent while they continue to build their back catalog, while they continue to build their indie initiatives and all the stuff they're doing in Europe. So I'm really rooting for you, Konami. I hope that you are able to make this happen. And be gentle with Castlevania, because if you fuck Castlevania up, I don't know what I'll do. Number 7, and a delightful surprise, the official PlayStation blog revealed that Moss Book 2, the PSVR action-adventure sequel to the original 2018 Moss, has a release date, and it's coming rather soon. It'll be available at the end of the month, on March 31st. This game, like the original, was developed by a small studio called Polyarc, and is one of the best-received story-driven games on the platform. Its sequel, this very Book 2, was announced just last year, and may very well be one of the final notable games on the original PSVR, as PSVR 2 lurks in the distance, set to come out either later this year or early next, functional with only with PlayStation 5. Jesse S. wrote into us on Patreon and says, "Hey fellas, so Moss 2 just got announced and is releasing in just 2 weeks. Should this dissuade any fears people may have of the PSVR 2 not being backwards compatible? I can't imagine Polyarc would release this game and have it stranded on the old hardware." I don't know. I'm curious what you think of this, Dustin. I think it says the exact opposite. It to me, I don't know. I hope that they're compatible, but I don't think it's going to be simple to make them compatible because of the inputs and all of the various things. I just don't know that it's that simple. And I feel like getting it out as soon as possible is, if anything, an indication that they are not going to be on PSVR 2. I think the closer you release them, the more likely that would have been true. Now, I can imagine a Moss 2 port being free on PSVR 2, but I just don't know that I'm convinced about backwards compatibility yet. Anyway, what do you make of this announcement and the quick release date and the potential?
What's interesting to me, well, what's most interesting to me about this announcement overall is that I expected this game to launch at the same time on PC and Quest, which I just couldn't remember if there was ever a thing that it said it was coming first to PlayStation, but apparently that is now the case. And yeah, let's see, PC, VR, and Quest at a later date. So I wonder if Sony worked out some kind of timed exclusivity deal with this or something like that. But the quick release date is cool. It's nice to have these little surprises. The thing that I'm wondering about is just that, are people going to dust off their PSVR for this? When I think that a lot of people that became sold on VR through PSVR, since it was once the most accessible VR platform, have now moved on to Quest or PC VR or something. I know for me that's the case. I don't want to dust off my PSVR. No way. I can't. I've said this before on the show, but I think the PSVR was an incredible piece of tech when it came out. It was really, really cool in how it used the webcam a lot, so people could bring stuff to it to lower the price. It didn't need inside out tracking, stuff like that, in order to get that price down. It was so cool. But as someone who has a Quest 2 at this point, I simply cannot go back. It's just it feels too dated at this point. And so it's kind of, I'm wondering if there's a lot of people who like VR, who liked the original Moss, that are looking at this and being like, I'm going to wait to play that on Quest, or even I'm going to wait to play that on PSVR 2, because I don't want to go through the rigmarole of setting up all this stuff for it. But I'm sure there will be some people. It's just a little bit of a strange strategy for me at this point.
Yeah. I'm not going to I want to play it because I like the original Moss, but I'm not going to play it until later, and hopefully when it's ported or it's just natively available. But we'll see on that. Chris, you have anything to add before we move on?
Yeah, I my position and Dustin's are pretty much identical. Like, I can't imagine anything that's gonna like, the Quest is so far ahead of where the PSVR was. It's actually like really amazing when you think about how quickly this technology has advanced in such a short time, but it is noticeable now where it feels almost like, I don't want to say it's like the Virtual Boy, but it has like that quality to it where it's like, God damn, I gotta, not only do you have to dust off your PSVR, you gotta like, I gotta charge my PlayStation Move controllers, and that's like a whole different type of USB. You know, like, it's like, isn't it USB like mini or something for the
yeah, it's the one, it's the
it's like the fat
right,
small
it's the one that works with PlayStation Move.
Yeah, so like, I don't know, and it's a huge setup when you compare to the just like touch and go nature of the Quest. And I will play this when it's on Quest, but no, not for PSVR, not until maybe the port.
Yeah, I'm waiting to. I'm just not going to get this thing hooked back. I tried. Remember, I brought my PSVR out of stasis. I don't know what's broken with it. I'm not buying a new one just on principle. Just especially with the new one coming out. I'll very happily be day one PSVR 2. Day one, no doubt. Take it to the bank. Number 8, publisher Electronic Arts has been taking a very interesting tact with the development of the remake of Dead Space, the famous 2008 survival horror game from defunct studio EA Redwood Shores, which would of course go on to be renamed Visceral after the launch of the original game. It's been showing the game off in intricate ways throughout its development, undertaken by EA-owned team Motive, likely in an attempt to assuage any doubts as to their ability to tackle such an important project. And following another look at the nuts and bolts of the game, Motive confirmed that Dead Space Remake will launch in early 2023. It's a current-gen exclusive, and on the PlayStation side will only be available on PS5 and not PS4. Yes. Motive, for its part, is the studio co-founded by Jade Raymond and best known for its work in the Star Wars space, first with the single-player portion of 2017's Star Wars Battlefront 2 and 2020's dogfighting Star Wars Squadrons. Visceral Games, Dead Space's original dev and the developer of the second and third games from 2011 and 2013, respectively, was shuttered in 2017 during the development of its canceled Amy Hennig-written Star Wars game known as Project Ragtag. Of course, Amy Hennig is the writer of Uncharted. So, Chris, let's go to you first on this. First of all, I like what Motive and EA is doing here. They're showing the game from nuts and bolts, and I think that you don't want to do that with every game, but with a remake, there's nothing to lose because everyone already knows the game. And if you're going to be true to it, there's nothing you're going to add to it that we're not going to expect. We're expecting something prettier and something better, but we're not expecting something new. And so with that particular kind of game, you can get right in there and show everyone exactly what they like to see. And I really think EA and Motive are doing a nice job with that. 2023 release date on PS5 also sounds good. Motive, I'm a little skeptical of, but we'll see what they can do. I know you have a soft spot for this franchise and for Visceral. I love Dead Space as well. What do you make of what we know now?
I love it. I love what I'm seeing so far. Like, I saw a lot of people kind of clowning on it because they would take these kind of like out of context snippets of specifically there's this one shot of them demonstrating how they're doing sound and how they're doing sound for the plasma cutter or whatever, and they compare it with the original and the remake, and it takes place in like a different area, so there's like more lighting. It's like bright and golden, and like the animations are clearly unfinished, and everybody's like, this looks worse. It looks so much brighter. And it's like, this is a sound showcase. It's not done. Also, like, later on in this like long development stream, they did show like what looks to be like a proper finished little slice of the game, and it's dark as hell. It looks like Dead Space. It looks awesome. And I love this transparency. I love seeing things unfinished in this way. And I love seeing, it's like, oh, like there's like a really awkward like animation with the gun when he shoots where his hand goes all the way down. And everybody's like, I hope that's not going to stay that way. It's like, it's not going to stay that way. Do you know how this works?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I'm frustrated with some of the conversation that's happening around this because I think transparency like this should be rewarded and encouraged.
Definitely.
And I just like I think it's interesting to see like the nuts and bolts of this stuff, like the way they're handling sound and how they did this whole demonstration about how like sound travels through like portals through corridors, so it's more accurately displaced than it used to be in the old game, and just like seeing the point, like the A to B comparisons. It's like really interesting and cool, and I think it looks awesome. I'm really excited to see how this turns out. I'm really optimistic about it, motive aside, because I just feel like with a remake like this, as long as you have people knowing what they're doing, it's very small. There's very little room to fuck up, really. Like so much of the work is already done for you. So much of the tech since then has been so much, like, so greatly improved. I can't imagine this being anything other than just fantastic. And I hope I'm right. Like, I hope my optimism is rewarded, because I feel it's so rarely in this industry.
You're going to be able to take the Ishimura to 5 different star systems and explore different derelict ships all over the universe, all over the known galaxy.
I think it looks great, and I'm excited about it. And Dead Space is fantastic, and it deserves its time to shine again.
Absolutely, very well said. I would argue Dead Space is the greatest survival horror game ever, and it's a really special game. Having gone back and played it in early 2020 for Knockback on PS3, I was still staggered by it, and I can't wait to especially see it on OLED with the darks, like the black blacks.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be really, really cool, and hopefully this means something new for the franchise. I don't know what it could mean. Maybe a remake of the second, maybe a remake of the third. I don't know if that's even necessary, but we'll see how the track how this first one does. But Dustin, I'm curious what you make of the return of Dead Space, and specifically, as Chris was saying, I like the idea of rewarding developers and publishers, even the big guys, for showing their warts and all in the process of making a game. That's the way it goes. And you know what it reminds me of, and you might have been there, Dustin, I don't know, but at PSX when Uncharted 4 was shown and Bruce Straley was playing it live and he fell through the floor and the game like glitched out and the crowd went wild. I thought it was awesome. Like, as they were rebooting it, the crowd was like going wild because they were really showing. I mean, it was clear that they were showing the game. And I think a lot of people respected that. But I also think that moment, that specific moment, is the reason Sony does not do live gameplay anymore, because you'll remember they always used to do that. And now they don't do shows anymore, really, but they don't show games off like that. I've told the story about how Resistance Fall of Man was having a 50% crash rate when they were showing it. So there was a 1 in 2 chance that it was going to crash when they showed it at E3 in 2006, and they got away with it. But I think they're tired of dodging those bullets. So it is a bit of a shame for the CEA try to do something and kind of shake off the standards of the industry, only to be kind of not rewarded for it. Anyway, I'm going on. What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely a double-edged sword, no doubt. And I think that I'm with Chris that we should be careful to judge stuff that's, I mean, it's one thing, like, I think you can put your opinion out or online and have your take, and that's cool, but you want to not necessarily declare this game good or bad based on some of the things that we've seen so far. I think I may have mentioned this last time we brought up the way that Dead Space is under development, but it reminds me, some people are going to roll their eyes, but Mega Man Legends 3 for the 3DS was developed in this way and then canceled because they didn't feel like it had enough interest from people that they wanted feedback from the audience. And it's like,
maybe it had something to do with the fact that they also fired the creator of Mega Man during that time. So maybe people weren't feeling so hot.
Right. Yeah. So it's been a while. That's the closest connection I can think of outside of the indie space, of course, of a bigger studio or publisher doing something like this. So we'll see how it goes, though. I think that each time we see it looks even better. And I don't have a big connection to the Dead Space IP, but I will definitely be checking this out.
You really should play the PS3 version. It's so good.
Yeah, I tried playing some of the PC version. I don't know.
The PC version's a mess. The PC version the PC port is very bad.
How's it on backwards compatibility? Is it 60 FPS? on
I think
Series X?
I think so. On Series X, I think it actually. I should. I have it on. I have it digitally.
Well, wouldn't
I'll
it
give it
be
a
on
shot.
Game
I'll let
Pass
you
through
know.
EA Play?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe I
Oh,
can
yeah,
just
that's a
do
good
that.
point. It must. Yeah, that's probably the best way you're going to experience it.
I don't want to play it at 30 FPS.
Yeah,
That's the big thing for me. So, but I don't know. Maybe that'd be worth checking out, or maybe I should just wait for the remake. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, wait, I think I actually have a copy of it on PS3. I can just send it to you. Because I don't want any of these physical games in my life. All right. Number 9. Probably should have folded this in earlier when we were talking about Gamescom, but while gaming and nerd culture conventions and trade shows are starting to slowly get back underway, Electronic Arts won't be joining the parade. As reported by website IGN, EA will not be holding its annual EA Play Live event this year, apparently due to not having much to show. In a comment given to the website, the publisher said in part, quote, "We love EA Play Live as it's our way of connecting with our players and sharing what's new with all of you. However, this year, things aren't lining up to show you everything on one date. We have exciting things happening at our world-class studios, and this year we'll reveal much more about these projects when the time is right for each of them," end quote. EA's annual broadcast began 5 years ago and dovetailed with its presence at E3. In addition to showing it at E3, EA decided to do deeper marketing for its games around and during the show, and with E3 going away during the COVID era, they continued to stream. Indeed, the aforementioned Dead Space remake was revealed during the very last EA Play Live. Electronic Arts does indeed have much to eventually show, though some of it won't be interesting to most of us. They, of course, have their annualized sports powerhouses like Madden and FIFA, as well as new racing series to support with Codemasters joining their stable. DICE's Battlefield 2042 is in dire shape, with the likes of Apex Legends from Respawn doing much better. New Star Wars games are in the works too, along with a new Mass Effect and Dragon Age from BioWare and more, but with their inconsistent showing in recent years, it's certainly best not to rush things. This is my argument against E3. They say, this is a really telling quote to me. As part of what they say, quote, "We have exciting things happening in our world-class studios, and this year we'll reveal much more about these projects when the time is right for each of them," end quote. That should always be the answer. You're showing things at not the right time so you can show them at once. This is the fallacy of E3 and these types of live shows, which is why I'm glad EA is doing this. I don't know if it's permanent or not. I don't know if it's relevant or not. I think EA isn't doing this because they don't garner very much excitement. They garner lots of sales. FIFA's big. When it becomes EA Football Club or whatever, it's going to be huge, right? FIFA or Madden's big, and so on and so forth. Their racing games are big, but I don't think there's enough excitement for EA to do this. Battlefield, everyone's making fun of Battlefield. It's not very good. Mass Effect and Dragon Age, no one believes in those games. It's best, I think, this way. However, something I wanted to get into here, number 10, Take-Two owned publishing vertical Private Division has announced not 1 or 2 or even 3, but 4 new partnerships with 4 new studios that will indeed, they're not new studios, that will indeed eventually sprout 4 new games. Private Division, launched to exist alongside the likes of other Take-Two publishing arms like 2K and Rockstar, was founded in late 2017 and put out its first major game, the Obsidian-developed Outer Worlds, in 2019. Private Division was also behind the notable failed multiplayer FPS Disintegration, which launched in 2020 from V1 Interactive and was shuttered last year, as well as the quietly successful Ali Ali World, the skateboarding title from Private Division-owned Team Roll 7, released just last month. The 4 teams they signed with are relative unknowns and are called Daigute Fabric, Evening Star, Piccolo Studio, and Yellow Brick Games. The best known of the bunch is likely the Danish team Daigute Fabric, I think I'm saying that right, which launched the weird 2019 game I always have a problem with this, Mutazioni on PS4. Their title is described as a story-driven game. Members of the LA-based team Evening Star worked on Sonic in the past and are making a 3D action platformer. Spanish team Piccolo has one other game under its belt, the Techland published 2019 game Arise, A Simple Story. Their new game is described simply as a unique new IP. Finally, Canadian team Yellow Brick is the newest studio of the bunch, with ex-Ubisoft and ex-BioWare staff working on an ambitious new action RPG. In addition to these 4 games, Private Division has 2 other already announced games in the works as well. One of particular interest from Moon Studios, the team known best for its work with Microsoft on the Ori Metroidvanias. This is just interesting. If you're into the business of games, Private Division under Take-Two has slowly been nurturing A to AA to AAA games. I think they got a little burned because Outer Worlds is out of their hands. Outer Worlds is getting a sequel, but it's not going to be published by them. And that's kind of a waste for them. So I'm glad that they're sticking with it, but not much more to say there as well. And then finally, Number 11 is a brief wrap up. Website Push Square reports FPS Sniper Elite 5 comes to both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on May 26th. Website IGN reveals action RPG Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn comes to both PS4 and PS5 later this year. Website Video Games Chronicle reports OG-style wrestling game WrestleQuest comes to PS4 and PS5 sometime this summer. Mike is really excited about that game. If you're an old school wrestling fan, definitely look into that game. WrestleQuest looks fucking cool. Website Kamasu reports bullet hell title Wildcat Gun Machine, which is a great name, comes to PS4 on May 4th. Visual novel Arcade Spirits: The New Challengers comes to PS4 and PS5 on May 27th. That sounds like a fighting game, but it's not. Western RPG Outward Definitive Edition comes to PlayStation 5 at some point this May. Both puzzle game Escape Academy and farming game Sunnyside come to PS4 and PS5 at an undetermined time later in 2022. And stealth game Deceive Inc. comes to PS5 in early 2023.
Oh, wow. I like that name.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Some good names in there. All right, boys. That's all for the news, but as tradition dictates, we end every episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from Patreon. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Use the thread there that we put up each and every week to submit your commentary. We select it from that thread, and then we put up a new one the next week, and so on and so forth. And join us on Discord as well if you'd like. Julian Rodriguez wrote into us and said, "Hey, gents, just a quick observation as a dad. I've been a PlayStation fan for most of my life, and like you gents, I was saddened by the closure of Japan Studios in place of Team Asobi. However, as the father of a 5-year-old, there is definitely something special about the Astro Bot games. Over Spider-Man, Sackboy, or God of War, every day she can't wait to play an Astro Bot game, and has come to love him so much that she asked to have an Astro-themed birthday party. Again, I will miss the unique and quirky games of the old Japan Studios, but can't help but see PlayStation may have something special with my daughter having the same joy for gaming I had growing up with Mario. Anyway, just curious if you gents have any thoughts. Take care and keep it up. Thank you, Julian." Dustin, let's start with you on this one. What's the potential of Astro Bot and Astro as an IP worth exploring? They obviously shook up Japan Studio and reestablished something new that is focused around Astro Bot in some way. And they have had a lot of success with PSVR, with Astro Bot. The bundle-in, especially on PlayStation 5, is endearing. And I think Julian's onto something that, why couldn't Sony have a character that people glom onto again like that? I think that they've tried. I think that there's various characters that people like Sly Cooper and Ratchet and Sackboy, but they don't have anything with the Q score, let's say, of a Crash Bandicoot like they did back in the day. Is there something here with Astro?
I think there definitely could be. I mean, Astro is a way less annoying Sony's version of Minions, really. I mean, when it comes down to it,
Right,
it's like these little characters that can't really talk. And that's kind of, there's a bunch of them. So I think there's definitely huge potential there. It's almost kind of actually shocking after how much people praised Astro, the PSVR game, and I guess they followed up with the PS5 pack-in, which is really good, but maybe it's just a matter of time now before we see a big Astro game that costs $70 right out the gate. Like, this is, a long action-packed platformer game or something like that. Or it's possible that they're just saving him the next time we see him for the launch of PSVR 2, which I think would make a lot of sense as well.
Definitely.
I think, Sony, I don't know if they're necessarily trying to make something that appeals for every person in the family all the time. Like, obviously, their bread and butter is going to be games like Horizon, God of War, Last of Us, stuff like that. And I think that they've kind of had a mixed track record with trying to appeal to families or, to younger kids, thinking about specifically Knack most recently. I don't think panned out quite the way they wanted, but one of those things where it's like, if you make a really good game, it doesn't need to be adult oriented. It just needs to be fun. That's kind of the Nintendo method, where it's like, gameplay is king, and if it appeals towards kids and adults, that's fantastic. And I think they started to tap into that with Astro Bot, and I really hope that they keep doing that. Not that they need to have a full family friendly games vertical, but why not have a game that little Colin or little Dustin someday would be interested in, or
Yeah.
little Chris even.
Why not even a little Chris? I mean,
Little Chris.
I think that there's something to be said about that. Very similar to the Nintendo space with Switch and the potential of a third handheld. I just wonder, why not contest the space in some way and see what you can do? They've had success with children's games or children's slanted games that I think are kind of more made for adults, like Ratchet. But the problem, and Chris, I want to throw it over to you. The problem I have with Astro is that I don't really know what it's about. Like, what is Astro? I know it's a series of characters, and they like pantomime other characters. Is it like Kirby? I don't know like what the intent would be.
Yeah. There's not a huge amount of thought, in my opinion, that's placed into what it's supposed to be, which I think maybe allows it to be as flexible as it is. And allows it to kind of do those kind of like, yeah, look at all these different references to different PlayStation games, because why not? There are no rules. And that could be, I don't know, like maybe that is appealing to younger people that, that I would have no understanding of, because I don't have many children in my family that I can really talk to about this, or like whether or not like how big Astro is with like younger kids. I have no idea. But there is something to be said, in my opinion, just about, I don't know, just like, because Crash Bandicoot was a pretty rudimentary, it was a pretty like standard thing, but it had a story. It was like a Saturday morning cartoon where it had like a world. It wasn't particularly complicated. There was good and bad guys, and there was something there. There was like a logic as to why things were the way they were, or who was what and why. The answers to those questions existed. And even with Spyro as well, and with other PlayStation mascots down the line that appealed with kids as well. That doesn't really exist here. And also just I find the monochromality of it kind of like an Astro-themed birthday party, which was like an Apple store. Like it's just, what I mean? Like just like the overall design is like very like, I don't know, there's a lot of color in Crash and in Spyro. So much so that those games are just like beautiful, like stylistically speaking. And Astro is very, I mean, it's very graphically pleasing, and even some of the worlds in there are like really stylistically cool, but I feel like that's not really Astro Bot style so much as it is just like PlayStation style, literally like, oh, hey, here's the buttons everywhere. And here's, oh, the leaves are memory cards or whatever. Isn't that funny? And it's like, yeah, it's cool. But like, what? It's like a commercial almost.
Yeah.
And that's cool. But I don't know if I don't know. I don't feel the same. I don't feel the same soul there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And maybe that's just me, but I don't know.
I think you're right in the sense that as well. Well, in backing up, I guess, I just think they have other opportunities to do this with other IP. And
you're right.
I think that's a way for them to kind of get around it too. But yeah, I think we all agree that Astro's cute, but I think the potential is unknown because I just don't know what they intend on doing with him or it.
Also, we are adults, so like we're not like obviously if this guy's daughter loves it, then like who are we to argue with that? Really, like apparently it works.
Little girl.
Like, maybe fuck you, little girl. You don't have Ape Escape.
Play Elden Ring. All right. Dennis Lofgren wrote in.
His ass kicked by the Tree Sentinel for years.
I like this one. It says, Neil Druckmann comes to you and says, "Hey man, I'm completely out of ideas. I'm asking you to tell us what to make at Naughty Dog for the next 3 to 5 years. Naughty Dog is not the kind of team that just copies the norm, and they tend to deeply consider every aspect. So what do you want Naughty Dog's incredibly talented team to work on? Personally, I would really like to see them experiment with non-linear storytelling in a meaningful way." Chris, you're not a big Naughty Dog fan by any stretch of the imagination, although I guess you used to be with Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah. I like a lot of their early stuff, and I like a lot of their modern stuff too. I just,
Right, you don't hold them in the esteem, let's say I do. Let's put it that way. But I'm curious what you would, if it was up to you, what would you want to see them do? Like if you could not direct literally, but just say like, this is what you're going to do. What comes to mind for you?
I would be really curious to see them tackle something that's a little bit more gameplay driven. Like I would be very curious to see, like, because I thought the Last of Us Factions was cool, was neat. Like I didn't, it wasn't necessarily my type of like kinetic action game, but I enjoyed playing it. I thought it was interesting. And I think for me, anytime somebody asks me a hypothetical like this, I'm always curious as to what a developer would probably never do. Like, I would love to see Bungie attempt something like Naughty Dog does. You know, like I would love to see a Bungie attempt at like a single player narrative, like a grounded single player like story, and see how that would turn out. And I would love to see Naughty Dog try their hand at something that is like really gameplay driven and very like maybe multiplayer focused. I'd be curious to see that, just because I feel like it would demonstrate, or it would kind of highlight the flexibility and talent of these teams. So like anytime somebody comes to me, it's like, what would you want them to do? Whatever the opposite is of what they're doing now, just to see how that would turn out.
What do you think, Dustin?
I think that I'd like to see them do, and this is just from a personal standpoint, something that I don't want to say just make a Remedy game, but something that's kind of along those lines, something supernatural, whether it's time travel or
Yeah.
you know, some kind
Yes,
of
good answer.
weird eldritch beings, maybe. I don't know, something like that, something that isn't so grounded in our own reality, just because they have such good writing chops there and such good characters that I think Remedy games have some of that. I'm not trying to make a direct comparison, but I think that Naughty Dog is like second to none when it comes to some of those writing chops. And so I love stories like that. I think they could do something really cool.
I like that answer a lot. I think I'll second that. The idea of doing something supernatural, something historical would be cool too.
Oh,
Something old
yeah.
would be interesting, and I think Naughty Dog. I mean, it's just a hypothetical, of course, but it's incredibly consequential to the brand and to the industry what they do next, because they are a massive trendsetter and they're really important to the brand that they come from. So it's a decision that is probably so difficult to make, because you have to be so deliberate that arguably your best talent is going to be doing this for the next 4 or 5 years. What will they do? I don't know. I don't even know that I'm the right person to answer that question. We don't know everything we need to know, even in the hypothetical. But I don't know. It would be fun to imagine them doing something different, but something certainly story driven is the way to go. I think if anything, they need a little help with gameplay, not anything else.
Do a licensed Scooby-Doo game where Scooby dies in Shaggy's arms at the beginning.
That'd be sick.
And then it would be like a punished Shaggy.
Whoa.
Love it.
Whoa.
Wow.
10 million seller.
Yeah, easy.
All right, this
first 2 days.
This next one's for you, Dustin. The Snack Squatch wrote in and said, "Hey guys, when will people stop acting like Tetsuya Nomura makes good games? I will appreciate his contributions to the older Final Fantasy games for his character designs, but any game he's had a large role in has been mediocre at best. Kingdom Hearts series, Final Fantasy VII Remake, I don't know about that. And now Strangers of Paradise seem to be getting mediocre reviews at best. He had 10 years to make Final Fantasy Versus 13, and we saw how that went. Tabata was put in charge of his mess, and he gets the negative reputation associated with it being unfinished. It's frustrating hearing if this was Nomura's game, it would have been amazing. He had how many years he couldn't get it out? I don't know how people act like this man is the messiah of JRPGs, but he can't write a cohesive story if his life depended on it. One of the main reasons I'm excited for Final Fantasy 16 is that he has no association with it. Sorry for the rant. Thanks for all you do. I must admit that is one of the reasons I am also excited about Final Fantasy 16, not because I have such a vehement hate for Nomura, but because I don't like what he brings to the games. I think Final Fantasy 7 is an example of it working out extremely well. Final Fantasy 7 Remake is fucking awesome. I mean, that game is awesome. But Kingdom Hearts is not my thing, and I don't want to judge Kingdom Hearts because that's not my thing. I will judge Final Fantasy. That is my thing. Final Fantasy 15 sucks. I can't stand that game. I've tried to go back and play it so many times, and I can't get more than a few hours. And I'm just like, God, this is so... What is this? What is this? Who are these people? Who are these characters? What is going on here? He's got a weird thing going on, but you can't deny Nomura's deep legacy with Final Fantasy. He is the character designer and artist of a lot of those early games, and he's got big balls as far as I'm concerned forever. But I don't know, he even designed Parasite Eve and stuff like that. Like, that's good shit. But I don't know. I think he's a little ahead of his station, maybe, in some ways, bad as that sounds. Like, I don't know that he belongs where he is. Like, I just, And I think the proof is in the pudding. Final Fantasy 15 was a mess. Kingdom Hearts 3 was also a mess as far as development was concerned. So anyway, Dustin, this is a question only you can answer. Talk to us.
Yeah, I mean, Nomura, I don't know. As far as Kingdom Hearts, I mean, I think Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 are excellent games. With the second one being really excellent in terms of gameplay, but Kingdom Hearts 2 is where they started to get a little crazy with the story, and from there, just things went completely off the rails. Kingdom Hearts 3 is a game that I would say, as a Kingdom Hearts fan, that we should just be glad that it exists and was pretty good, but wasn't necessarily great. It wasn't what we were hoping for, but I'm just glad that it happened. I'm not making any excuses for it, but I don't know. Kingdom Hearts fans, we're already troubled people. This is what you have to understand.
Right.
But yeah, I don't. It's funny because my love of Kingdom Hearts, I don't feel like it's tied to Nomura at all. Like when I think of Miyazaki with Dark Souls, for some reason there's like a connection there that I'm like, wow, you can really see his influence, whereas like something like Dark Souls 2, where he was less involved with, you can see that his presence wasn't there. And there's a lot of visionary level creativity from him.
Yeah.
And I don't get that from Nomura. And again, I don't want to diss him. I'm looking at his credits here on Wikipedia, and it's like you said, Colin, looking some of the early stuff, Final Fantasy VI, he was the graphic director, monster designer, he did 2 of the character designs.
Yeah,
and
he
from
did
there,
Shadow, I think, which is like an iconic design.
Right. So we got to put some respect on Nomura's name. But as I said last week, which I saw a couple of people repeating this term in the Discord, it's a term that I may have unfortunately created. That is the Nomura stink, which has perpetuated many of the products from Square Enix that we love. And I don't know how to feel about it. In some ways, like I said, Kingdom Hearts fans are troubled people. I still like it, and I think it's really rooted in nostalgia, but I think it is definitely taken too far, and I think that Stranger of Paradise is the prime example of that. And you saw it beginning with Final Fantasy 15. Even though I still really like that game, I think that it has problems, but the story is actually like a really somber and sad story, especially when you get towards the end, which is weird because it's not what the marketing and overall game is. But yeah, I don't necessarily want his hands on everything Final Fantasy or everything Square Enix, but it seems like he does seem to have his stink all over everything.
Yeah, it's it's too bad. It's funny though, because I don't know that Tetsuya Nomura, we were talking about Final Fantasy VII Remake, I'm not sure that he really deserves a lot of the credit there. I mean, Kazushige Nojima wrote the game. He was the original writer of Final Fantasy VII. Of course, he wrote Kingdom Hearts too, so you can't really let him off that. But I think Yoshinori Kitase as producer was maybe one of the saving graces of the game to kind of ground some of this as well. But they've worked together in the past. So I don't know exactly what allowed Final Fantasy VII to not only get out of that stink, but actually exceed, I think, almost everyone's expectations substantially. I think it's actually a really awesome game. But just quickly, are you excited about Final Fantasy 16 because he's not involved like I am? Because knowing he's not involved and knowing specifically that it's Final Fantasy 14's leadership leading the game actually has me much more excited about it than if it was the same Nomura Kitase combo.
Yes, but mostly just in that I'm looking for something fresh at this point. Because like you said, we've seen Nomura do some awesome stuff. Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I know like his full involvement may be somewhat questionable, but he is listed as the director of the game.
I know he is. I mean, he is.
Yeah.
But Kitase was the director of the original Final Fantasy VII. So having him as producer, I think, is substantial.
No doubt.
Yeah. I don't know.
Definitely.
We'll see. Maybe Nomura deserves an incredible amount of credit, but I just don't know how that's possible, considering the other games. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but Chris, do you have anything to add before we move on from this?
No, I mean, I have always, I think I'm allergic to this guy, or something, because like, or maybe I just have like a really unfortunate experience with this man's work, because I remember being at a friend of mine's house when we were kids, just mere chillins, just sitting there. And he was like, I'm playing Kingdom Hearts 2. And I was like, what the hell is this? It looks like an absolute mess. It looks disgusting. Who are these anime characters hanging out with? Why is this happening? It felt like a fever, like, to watch. And he was like, no, play it. And it was his first time playing Kingdom Hearts 2. He had not finished it yet. He was in the middle of playing. He's like, play it. And I took the controller, and immediately, within 2 minutes, I'm in Little Mermaid world. And I experience an assault on the senses like I've never experienced before, in the form of a really awful musical number that's just thrown into the middle of this Little Mermaid section in Kingdom Hearts 2 that we both, even at that age, were like, what the hell? And he takes the controller from me and is like, I'm sorry, it's not been this bad up to this point, I promise you. And at that point, I never played those games. And like every time I heard that he was involved with something, I was like, I think I'll stay away. There wasn't much danger though, because I was more of a Western game player anyway. I didn't really dabble that much in Japanese games, so I didn't come across Nomura all that much. But I don't know. I just feel like the guy's got an interesting style, to say the least, and it bleeds through in a lot of things that he does. And I do think Final Fantasy VII Remake is probably one of the instances where maybe it bleeds through the least, because you had that original director online as producer and kind of there to guide essentially what he had done already, just in a more modern context.
Right. And I still truly believe the greatest mystery of all with Kingdom Hearts is how it ever happened. Like, I don't understand at all how...
Yeah, the pitch meeting for that.
Disney was crazy closed off at that time. They were not the Disney of today. Yosuke Matsuda, or someone high up at Square Enix and Squaresoft at the time, must have like the original only printings of Walt Disney's neo-Nazi tracks or something, and they're like, listen, we're making this game, and because I couldn't imagine pitching that in any other way. I can imagine Kingdom Hearts today, but it's that Kingdom Hearts came out when it came out that I think is so weird, and I think that's always going to be the weirdest part of it. I just don't. I wish I knew more. I'm sure it's all been written. There's so much that I'm not going to read, because
I would love a documentary about that.
That would be fun. That would be cool. I'm sure it's out there, but I'm not reading. All right. Joseph LaRusso wrote in and said, hello, sacred men. Did you fellas hear about Michael Pachter's insider info? That GTA 6 would consist of San Andreas, Vice City, Liberty City, and a portion of Europe, or at least London. It was reported on Sifted last week, but no one picked up the story. Do you think this is a feasible goal for Rockstar? Could it explain the massive lag time between GTA releases? And finally, is it a good idea? Thanks, boys. Chris, let's stick with you. What do you think about the idea of GTA 6 being that big? I'm personally totally turned off by that, but I don't see breadth as being the advantage of GTA. What you want to make is a city that is living and breathing, or a part of a state that is living and breathing. You don't want... How would that work? You're just going to jump around from Liberty City, New York, Vice City, Miami, San Andreas, California, and then London, which is the setting of the original GTA. Well, GTA London, not PS1. Mm-hmm. You're just going to jump around. That doesn't feel like a cohesive Grand Theft Auto game to me. So I don't know if I believe it, first of all, and I don't think it's a good idea. What do you think?
I think there's a pretty strong chance that if this is true, it'll turn out great, because Rockstar just happens to... They just always do that. But I do think this is maybe... I can't imagine this being real. Like, it just feels a little bit too ambitious for very little gain. Like, I don't know what would be gained from having a Grand Theft Auto game this big. That's a whole different texture set for the entirety of like all these different cities. And that game's going to be like, what, like 200 gigabytes? Like, I can't imagine. Like, I think the best course of action for GTA is just to focus on making one city as alive as it could possibly be. Personally, I never felt like they did New York City particularly well. Like, I enjoyed Grand Theft Auto 4 for what it was, but Grand Theft Auto 5, you can tell like the leaps and bounds they made with that game, because that game's LA feels so much more like LA than Liberty City feels like New York. I think a lot of that comes down to like maybe population density. It was never as packed as it should be. It never felt as big as it should be. The buildings didn't feel as tall as they should be. And I would love to see them maybe do New York properly, like in with modern tech and things like that. It would be cool to see. But I would also like to see like a completely different city. Like I would think it'd be interesting maybe even to see something like, I don't know, even something as weird as like Toronto or something.
That'd be cool.
Or like Mexico City or
lampooning the Canadians or
number.
Mexicans would be fun, because that's part of the point, is lampooning those cities and those places. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I just, London, I don't know. I know that London is apparently the setting of the first GTA, but like the first GTA is so irrelevant to what the hell GTA is now. I feel like Grand Theft Auto has largely become a vehicle by which the developers over at Rockstar kind of lampoon American culture and like the social fabric of how we as Americans are taught to see the world. And I think I don't know if they could write something in London that would be as insightful or interesting as they could if it was set in like a proper American city. But I would say, if they weren't going to do New York again or another city that they've done before, I would prefer to see something completely different, like maybe Seattle or any number of other cities that we haven't seen already.
Yeah, I like what you're saying too. And just to be clear, I have to remember this, but the original Grand Theft Auto took place in all three places. And then Grand Theft Auto London took place in London in 1969. And then that got like a DLC support called like 1961 or something. Then Grand Theft Auto 2 came out, then Grand Theft Auto 3, blah, blah, blah. So I think that's the legacy of the London place. And I'll throw over to you, Dustin. I like the idea, similar to what Chris was saying, of getting out of the United States. It's tired. I think I would want to see Vice City the most, just because that's the place we've seen the least. Because remember, we saw Liberty City in 3 and 4. We only saw Vice City really in Vice City. We saw San Andreas in San Andreas, and then again in 5. So Vice City is the least explored of these places. So that would be most fun, and especially the 80s aesthetic I really love, although I don't think you can do a modern Miami and make it as interesting. But what would be more interesting to me is like go somewhere else. That's what made Sleeping Dogs so cool, was it took place in Hong Kong, and it was just different.
Yeah.
So going to Europe, going to Asia, I would like to see something like that. Even Australia, Sydney, something. I don't know. What do you... Now, there was Chinatown Wars, but I don't think that really counts. What do you think about this, Dustin, this rumor?
I feel like there could be some truth to it, and here's why. GTA 5 wasn't designed to be the platform. Well, I don't want to say wasn't designed, but I don't know if they thought that Grand Theft Auto Online was going to be quite what it became and that they ended up supporting. And so it's seems obvious to me that the next GTA would be designed to be a platform through and through. And so I feel like with designing these worlds, which I think it will still have a single player component, they're thinking about these worlds as, and I think Michael Pachter said this in the video, as a playground for online. And I don't even know if Grand Theft Auto, the next one, is going to be called Grand Theft Auto 6, because I think that they saw the legs that Grand Theft Auto 5 had. They thought, why don't we design the next game as a platform for multiple cities and multiple campaigns, and most importantly, the biggest playground possible for GTA Online. And so I could definitely see them developing all of these cities. Is it going to launch with all these cities? Who knows? I think that it would make way more sense to launch with like 2 and then have an extreme long-term support that hopefully would appease both the single player players and the online players. This game's been in development for a very long time. And that's something that the Pachter says in the video that I definitely think is true, is that, yeah, they went out and made their statement a couple weeks ago. They're like, oh yeah, we're working on the next GTA. It's like, well, no, duh. Of course they've been working on GTA. They've been working on the next GTA probably since they wrapped GTA 5 in one extent to another, whether or not they were actually fully in full production or not. I think they were at least in pre-production for a very, very long time. And so I think it's definitely possible that the next GTA has all of these cities at some point. And I think that maybe the next GTA is in some ways the final GTA, that they will just continue to add on to, so that way it's already going to be painful to rip the Band-Aid off GTA Online and switch them to this next game, right? But I think moving forward, they'll be like, okay, this is it. This is the GTA. This is the one you can fully commit your life to. You can have a character from now until forever. And I think there will be people that will gladly do that.
No, I think you're right. I think there's something to that for sure. We'll be keeping an eye on this.
Mm-hmm.
I hope the rumors aren't true. I would really just love to see a true Rockstar city. A city. Just show it to me. Show me what you can do. And we know what you can do. All right. Dan Excel wrote in and said, hey, boys. I was surprised to see GT7, Gran Turismo 7, choose to ignore the trophy tracking feature while a game like Horizon Forbidden West utilizes it to the fullest. It's unacceptable to me that a first-party PlayStation game does not support something this rudimentary. This is an excellent feature introduced with the PS5, and it's disappointing to see this inconsistency amongst first-party games. If first-party games won't bother to include this feature, I don't see second or third-party games doing it either, and this is a shame. Happy trophy hunting. And Dustin, congrats on the Elden Ring Platinum. That is a big boy platinum.
Thank you.
As I said last week. Now, I'll speak to this really quick before we move on. I won't pitch this to you guys. I know you don't care, but I've noticed this. I noticed this with games that we're playing, like Ratchet and Clank, for instance, really use the trophy tracking. In fact, and Astro Bot did too, where the trophy tracking is there, and you also can like watch the videos of the gameplay, and it shows you where to go and all this.
Yeah,
I just want to say that I thought this was interesting because we're on the verge of bringing Habroxia 2 to PS5, and it's going to happen soon. And I was thinking about that. I was like, should we use these trophy tracking things and the tools in the SDK? And the answer is like, why would we bother? They don't utilize them. I could even see them turning this stuff off at some point, in which case it would have been a waste of time. And if they won't do it in their own games, it is affecting the way games are developed, because it's affecting our game in terms of like, should we do that or not? We wanted to, but I'm disappointed with that too. I don't understand how any first party or second party game is getting out the door without focusing on the consistency of the way the trophy trackers work and the trophy help and the game help in the game. If you don't care enough about it, then just get rid of it, because no one's going to care. That's it. And Sony is too long in keeping these things lingering if they're not going to use them. It's the same thing with PS4 communities. They weren't used by very many people, but when they kind of disappeared them, some people were like, what the fuck are you doing? It's because they lasted for so many years. Why would you assume that they were going to be put away? They have to utilize these things or no one else is going to. It is very confusing. The impetus is on them. And it's a shame that Gran Turismo isn't using them. Of course, Gran Turismo, as I said, has broken trophies to begin with. So also not acceptable. Finally, I want to go to Connor F., who wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Crew. Does anyone miss the glory days of peripheral equipment for games like Guitar Hero and Rock Band? Could we ever see an era, or should we again? Or is the future of that idea on smartphones only? Also, Colin, as a game developer, would you ever want to incorporate some smartphone or app connectivity with a game? I think there could be a lot of potential for immersion, but it could also be very gimmicky. You guys rock. Thank you, Connor. No, as a game developer, I don't want that anything to do with that at all, because you just start splitting your audience and dividing your audience. It's a horrible idea. And I think that's the reason peripherals don't do very well. I'm glad to see it. We're in an era, I think, more than ever, where peripherals do not matter. They were pretty big in the NES and SNES. I remember Game Genie and like all this random shit. There was a lot of stuff going on. Game Shark, a lot of crazy things going on in the 90s in terms of peripherals. Then, of course, all the controls, the Zapper and Super Scope 6 and all the other stuff. But, and of course, the Rock Band era and the Guitar Hero era. But I think we should all want to reduce games as much as we can to very simplistic and samey control schemes, controllers and mouse and keyboard. And if anything, I keep saying that Sony should just have mouse and keyboard support much more standard on PS5 and play that up more. But other than that, I think staying away from peripherals is a good idea, unless you're going all in on a paid for peripheral, such as a PSVR, which I think makes sense to a certain degree. But do you guys remember the Capcom game? What was that game? Steel Battalion? Where you had...
Dude, I played that recently.
That was like an amazing game. It came with like a $200 controller. It was nuts. It was like the cockpit of a mech. Yeah. But when you think about it, it's like, what the fuck are you going to do with this thing? It's fun, but what are you going to do with it? So I just think peripherals are always going to fundamentally turn people off. Dustin, I wonder if you agree. Are we in a golden era of peripheralness, or do you miss them?
I miss them, but I don't want them back because I know it won't be the same. I long for the long nights of playing Rock Band with my friends because we had so much fun drinking just copious amounts of Mountain Dew and eating Little Caesars pizza, and just, it's amazing. Those times were like some of the best times ever. And
you're such a good kid. When I was playing Guitar Hero and Rock Band, I was on mushrooms in the Haight-Ashbury district of.
You're also much older than me during that era, though. Yeah. I was in seventh grade.
If Dustin and I were doing mushrooms when Guitar Hero was popular, then God
help you.
Yeah.
God help us.
Yeah. But it's one of those things that if it came, Rock Band's tried to come back, Guitar Hero's tried to come back, it's never really quite worked out. And even if it did, let's say it was successful, it still wouldn't be quite the same for me, because the friends, obviously we have friends as adults, but it's not quite the same. They're not going to be at your house at 2 a.m. anymore playing Rock Band and stuff. But I miss them. Every few years I will break out the Rock Band thing and have some friends over. But it's just, as an adult too, you're right. It's like, what the fuck am I going to do with this? I got so annoyed at my mom, who was like, oh, you're just going to leave this around in the living room? I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm going to leave it around the living room. I'm going to be back in like 30 minutes to play it again. But now as an adult, I totally understand. I don't want that shit laying around all over the place.
No, I totally agree. Chris, where do you stand on the peripheral support or the lack thereof?
I feel very similarly to Dustin, where it's like, I don't even know if I miss them. I feel nostalgic for them. Yeah, I feel good memories associated with them. But I don't want them back at all, because again, it's a very different. It would be so different now, and it wouldn't capture the same thing. They tried this already when Rock Band, was it 4 or Guitar Hero Live?
Yeah, when Mad Catz published, didn't they publish Guitar Hero? One of those they published themselves, right?
It's something like that.
When they came back,
but
Rock Band, I think.
But they tried that, and that wasn't too long. That was like a decent. Guitar Hero and Rock Band were in hibernation for a while, and then those games came out because people were like, "Oh, I want this back," and it just didn't hit, because people don't want that shit. Because the thing is, and this works with a lot of things as well. A lot of things, peripherals, even video games and TV shows, are a lot more dependent on the time that they came out than we think they are. Like, we like to think like, oh, if Super Mario 64 came out 4 years later, it would have still been no. Like, no, that's not how any of it works. Like, there's a reason why things hit at particular moments in time, and I think Guitar Hero was one of those perfect moments in time that was like, early, like before social media. It was like a lot simpler. It was like a very different type of ecosystem in the console space, especially when, like, I think Guitar Hero 3 was out, was when online stuff on consoles really started to kicking. So, like, I feel like a lot has to be said about Guitar Hero's timing and like how perfect it was. Even just like the way that, like, what the radio was in that time, where like rock was kind of like becoming retro, and everybody was like, ooh, interesting. Like, I wonder, like, what's all this? What's classic rock now? Now, classic rock now is like fucking Green Day, which is insane, but that's true. Like, it's like,
right.
everything shifts, and everything's like way different now. And I don't think Guitar Hero would hit, and I don't think you could even make something like Guitar Hero that would hit. Like, I don't know, like Beat Hero. Like, no, they did DJ Hero actually. Yeah. That's a real thing.
Yeah, I remember Damon Hatfield at IGN like loved that game.
That game was fun.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure they're good games, but like,
but it was a time and place. I agree. I mean, it was a time. I mean,
the time.
It reminds me of. It's so funny. It reminds you guys. Obviously, it would remind you of the times you played them, and it reminds me of my early days at IGN. Like, those games, it's just absolute bonkers parties with those games and just playing them, and enjoying, especially because we would get everything early, so it was like especially exciting for everyone. And it would be one of those things that would gather everyone in the company together, not just the editors, who we were usually out on an island by ourselves, but like the sales girls and the marketers and everyone would, like, programmers would all want to play, and it was cool. It was fun.
Here's something a little shocking. Rock Band 4 is still supported in 2022. In fact, here's a sentence that will take you back or just shock you. In the year 2022, the 2004 song "A Decade Under the Influence" from Taking Back Sunday was added to Rock Band 4. It's like, that actually kind of
good Long Island boys. Good Long Island.
Well, you know why? Because that is now classic rock. That is not like in as far as time is considered. When you consider like when the first Guitar Hero came out, and you think of the songs that were on the first Guitar Hero, it was all stuff from about 15, 20 years ago. And now it makes perfect
Chris, you
makes
need to
perfect
stop.
sense that would be the
You
case.
just got to stop.
It's scary.
Now.
It's scary, but time is consuming you, and we'll all end up in the earth one day.
Indeed,
but I think to lighten it up, I don't know. I do have very fond memories of guitar. Like I think Guitar Hero. I was at a party in high school, and I think it was a rock band party, and that was where I made out with my girlfriend for the first time.
Hell yeah!
That was my first makeout.
Nice.
Was at a rock band party, and that was like mid 2000s, something like that. But it was cool. Like everybody's gonna have moments that they associate with those nostalgic memories. But like, I don't want those back. I don't want those drum sets, especially.
Oh, yeah,
Jesus
those
Christ!
were obnoxious. I remember then they would make like better drum sets and like better. Like the aftermarket stuff that was even nicer and bigger and crazier. We had a couple of those at IGN, like the really nice drum kits and stuff. And I was like, what the fuck are you supposed to do with this when you're not playing fake drums? Just go buy a real drum set.
Yeah.
You know what? I want to give a shout out though to, I haven't played it yet, but it's a game that I would really like to get to at some point. Is that game Rocksmith is supposed to be very good.
Oh yeah.
And
I've heard about that. Yeah.
You're actually playing guitar and bass, so that's even better. But anyway. That's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Short by our standards, unless we go back and record the Harry Potter part and it ends up being 5 hours long, which it could be. So let's end with closing comments. Chris, do you have any closing comments?
I'm just thinking about the fact that like in this very room, there's like there is a derelict Guitar Hero controller like on the other side that I found recently, and I'm like, God, these things just persist.
Oh yeah, dude, mine's right back there. Like
in
behind that wall, there's a closet, and it's hanging out there. The Explorer, the 360 Explorer.
Yeah. Maybe I'll hang it up.
Dustin, closing comments.
Well, Chris got me in my feelings here at the end. Colin, Taking Back Sunday, classic rock. So we're all dying. And man, Taking Back Sunday, good shit. First 2 albums. Big fan. Check it out.
Island Boys. Yeah, very cool. This was a good episode. We're now going to shut off and we're going to go watch the Harry Potter thing, and then we'll record something for that. But in the meantime, you won't know any difference because it would have already happened. But we appreciate your love, your kindness, your support of all things Last Stand Media, all things Sacred Symbols. Thank you so much for being here, listening, subscribing, leaving us nice reviews wherever you are. We couldn't do it without you. Remember, see us live. tinyurl.com/sacred200 for Sacred Symbols 200, ranking the top PS4 games, top 25 PS4 games. Otherwise, we'll see you on Patreon. We'll see you on YouTube. We'll see you on podcast services. Until next time, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.